Fucking dogs yelling 9 o'clock in the morning. God. Stop. I've also ordered myself a fry up because I'm fucking starving.
Well, I've just cooked myself a ravioli. Yeah.
I've got 2 sausages, egg, beans, and toast. All coming in the next 20 minutes. It's actually on the way. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
I called my cat a fuckwit about half an hour ago.
So nice. What was so nice?
I wanted him to sit. I wanted him to lie on Anthony and just cuddle in, but instead he had to follow me because I was walking to the kitchen because he's a food addict. I said, "Gaz, you fuckwit."
Ba-ba-da-bom.
Oh yeah, grape kombucha. I'll take it. Woo.
Whoa!
Yep.
It reminds me of that. That word just reminds me of that really shit Jack Swagger promo.
Oh yeah. What about the Callisto
My
promo?
stone cold heart wife. Whoa!
What about the Callisto Lucha Things promo?
Yeah, good luck to things. Oh, whoa! Yeah, whoa! Let's go.
God damn it!
Yeah, bad promos.
Yeah.
Ugh. So good.
Last time we did Edar was in December, and it was the Martha Invisible one, wasn't it?
Yes, we covered Twetty Who's
Last of the Time Lords.
Last of the Time was with the recently retired Jeb. Yeah, that was a really shit video. So I remembered. I was just thinking about that the other day. How fucking awful it was.
Yeah, so this stream that we're doing is both to celebrate crossing 700 subscribers as well as 300 videos. And I wanted to wait until we were sort of comfortably above 700 because it kept on dropping.
Yeah, people start being the bastards.
Especially when I uploaded the last batch of Pink Floyd videos, about 4 people just unsubscribed immediately.
You know how old the recent ones you put up like 4 weeks ago? They're so old. They're like from like what 2022, like mid 2022.
Yeah, when I had COVID.
That was before Power of the Doctor came out.
Yeah.
And you can tell because I have a Matt Murdock Daredevil profile in those videos.
You know what's crazy? In my life, it's weird to think of it like that because since filming the Atom Heart Mother, what would you call it? Like the session we did, I have had 2 long-term relationships, and I'm currently in my second one. Since that, it started after that video. The first one started after we filmed that, and it ended like 7 months after that, and then another one started 2 months after that, and now it's 10 months later.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was a really long fucking time ago.
Mm-hmm. Also, when we got to 500, that was, I believe, it was what, 2020? Yep, it was 2020 when we got to 500. There's been a snail's crawl.
It was during COVID, and during the 500 sub stream, we streamed Among Us, along with watching our old clips. My food's here. I'm gonna get it now. Woo!
Right.
Entertain them.
Yep. I mean, I'm surprised that we got to 700, given that the last 4 years I have not been prioritizing attention. I've more so been prioritizing just doing what I want. But yeah, we've been filming a lot of stuff this year. We got lots of stuff in the can. Some of it's come out already. But you know, as always, chipping away at the limitless number of projects directed right at my interests. Because I'm so interested in things. But yes, thank you for the congratulations messages anyway. Julian S. and Richard Last. I'm going to start a poll. Is Ellen cringe? There you go. Enjoy the poll.
Hey, I see what you're doing. And I'm going to vote yes. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much, everyone, for congratulating us. Have you actually said anything since I left?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Because when I got back, it was just dead silent. Oh, I've actually got a dream story to quickly tell. It's a quick one that I had just last night.
Okay.
So I was streaming. I can't remember which one. And during it, I I revealed that you had travelled to the UK to visit me.
Oh.
And we revealed it on stream, and then it was like it was filmed or something, and then it cut to me saying, "You know what we can finally do, Connor? We can watch Bly Manor." And that's pretty much where it ended. It was really strange.
It was it was like when Tempest appeared on the Wrestle Talk podcast.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think the reason I had that dream is because I watched the first 2 episodes of The Gentleman on Netflix. By the way, really fucking good. I really loved the first 2 episodes. That is I know it was highly recommended by MauLer on his Fallout video recently, so I'm like, oh, I might check that out. It looks like my kind of thing, very British gangster shit, and it's very artistic, cool. Yeah, and I think that's probably why, because I was thinking Netflix, and obviously Bly, all the Mike and Flanagan shows are on Netflix. So that's might have been the connection I had with that, maybe. Well, and also doing Edar today.
I'll tell you a dream I had last night, because I went to sleep after watching the episodes, and I had a dream very early in the morning that my ex was the bogeyman and was under my bed for 6 months.
Was she made out of bogeys?
Well, symbolically, yes. And there was a whole violent situation, and the police came, and they assumed at first that I was the abuser, because usually it's men abusing women. And then, but then there was almost like a weird democracy in the room of people, and the majority of people because I had blood all over my face, which probably also kind of helped my case. But but the other situation was that the majority of the people in the room unanimously said that she was actually the abuser, and then she got arrested. So that was my dream.
That's very toxic of you, Connor.
Yes, and then there was another dream, but I might need to filter some details because it's not my dream, so I can't say it. Hang on, let me scroll up. Because I was at the same time, someone else I know had a dream. Okay. Perception. So my current girlfriend, who's not my ex, who's not the bogeyman, also had a weird dream where there was a drinks happening at our house, like a party, and then two of my flatmates, friends with benefits, both turned up at the same time, and then they had a fight.
God.
They had a fight with each other, and it was really awkward. And then Logan Paul was also there filming his podcast.
What? What? He was filming an episode of Impulsive in your house.
In my living room, yes, while two of my flatmates' mistresses had a fight.
Did he have a wrestling guest on?
I don't know.
Maybe it was Jay White. I don't know. That's funny. That's very funny.
Yep.
Dreams are weird.
Yeah. Another thing my girlfriend also said is she said, "Oh, I didn't know Jinx Monsoon was in Doctor Who because Jinx Monsoon's one of her favorite drag queens."
Oh yeah.
And then I had to explain to her that Jinx Monsoon was defeated by John Lennon and Paul McCartney. Explain to someone who's never seen Doctor Who before how that happened.
Yeah. Quite rushly, I would say. But yes, that did happen. That did indeed happen. Yeah, it seems like everyone's very positive on her performance.
I think most people are, yeah. Unless,
yeah.
I mean, I know there's some people that don't, but they haven't said.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
about dreams.
There's three sort of main courses to this stream. First of all is celebrating 700 subs and 300 videos over the last, I guess it'd be, I started doing stuff with Jake at about 6 years ago.
I'll get the exact date right now.
It was March 2018.
That first proper video went out.
March 2018, I believe.
March 20th, 2018.
Yeah, that's the one.
6 years ago.
Yeah. And what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so that's the first thing. Second thing is we're going to talk about the fact that over the weekend Space Babies and the Devil's Chord came out. And then the main event of this Edar is going to be 12 and Clara Toxic Love, which I'm sure is going to be a great video. A great video about good writing.
Yeah. Because that's always our favourite topic whenever it's brought up on Twitter. It's our absolute favourite.
You know, thinking about it, like, at this stage, like, where we are now, like, fucking 12 and Clara feels like it was bloody absolutely ages ago.
Oh, yeah, that feels like a lifetime ago.
I mean, it was, admittedly, it was like 8.5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's just, it's been so long.
Yeah, but it's the most underrated era of Doctor Who, Connor.
Fifth Doctor.
I mean, fucking, what was it, The Guardian put Capaldi in 9th place or something. The fucking bastards. Don't get me wrong, that list was shit for many reasons. But, you know, that wasn't one of my main reasons why.
I actually think that it's rare for me to come across a Doctor list that I actually think is decent. It doesn't happen often. Which I don't know if that says a lot about people or it says a lot about me.
Probably how we view the show compared to a lot of other people.
Well, the amount of times that people have watched our video that we did, and the amount of people that have said their immediate reaction is, "Why isn't Matt Smith in the top 3?"
Mm-hmm.
But I always kind of go back to them and say, so you're asking me why he's not above all these other ones you haven't watched?
Yeah, most people online in the greatest spheres hasn't watched a lot of Classic Who.
I'm not even talking about online. I'm talking about people I know, like that I've met in person.
True.
They're not Doctor Who fans, they're people who have seen the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, I'm trying to think what can I really say about what I and you and others have accomplished over the last 300 videos on this channel.
It feels really strange with the amount this channel has done a lot of like variety of content, especially in the last couple of years. You've got the music reviews with Pink Floyd. You've got Game of Thrones, which is a great series we're watching still, having a great time with it. Let me tell you that. Boy, can't get enough of it. You have also got obviously Edar, what we're doing here, along with all the Edar minis and movies that we've done, which I think has been sort of like a nice little, for me personally, a nice little project that I do every now and then with the movies and minis.
Well, I think Edar's kind of the backbone of this channel, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a constant, even if we don't do it for 4 months.
It has essentially replaced what was the Jake videos.
Essentially, and it's a different kind of thing, yeah. Also, you've got Worst of Doctor Who, Worst of Classic Who.
Yep, the last one has been filmed. I haven't released it yet, but it has been filmed.
Yes, it has. Yeah, and then what else is it? Obviously, you've got the classic Jake reviews and reactions from way back.
I can't believe we reviewed like Torchwood for a bit. That's such a weird pocket.
I specifically remember when I got a new chair for my desk, watching the Cyberwoman episode, and boy, that was funny. That was so funny. What a fucking great episode.
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
written by Chris Chibnall.
Oh yeah, beautiful stuff.
That was early days for him too.
Yeah,
that was baby Chibnall.
Not only all of that though, we've also got all the unlisted stuff for when I first appeared on the channel. You've got all of the
MCU.
Marvel review, the MCU reviews, and then the Marvel reviews. We did
Spider-Man,
Spider-Man, X-Men. The most viewed video on the channel is X-Men Last Stand review.
I'm flabbergasted that JXC's appearance didn't trump that.
Somehow. No, it still hasn't. Also, actually, First Class reviews now reached 1,000 views as well.
Yeah.
That also has 3 dislikes and 1 like. Understandably so, because we did not just put any... I think we could fairly say back then we didn't really have much enthusiasm for those films when we did them.
Yeah,
I wonder if we're never going to, but imagine if we redid those, if the energy would be different.
Yeah, it definitely would. It's been a long time. It's been like nearly 5 years.
Yeah.
My second highest viewed video on the channel is actually my Big Finish ranking, weirdly.
Yeah, that is very odd. I wouldn't have respected that.
I think I clocked a niche with that one. I ranked the first 50 main range.
And I think, fittingly, the most reviewed Jake video is the Parting of the Ways. That, and also closely followed by Dalek, which I think is probably... I think those are the best Jake reactions on the channel. Absolutely. And it's funny, I've said it to you many times, the first time I discovered the channel was through the Blind Wave Discord. And the video that was shared was the school reunion video reaction. That was the first one I watched. And I was like, oh, I like these. This is very different. It's very detailed. It's very different to a lot of other reaction channels, which a lot of them haven't really changed, unfortunately. It's kind of the same kind of thing, unfortunately. These reviews that you did with Adam and Jake were very different and very appeased to my brain of very detailed, caring about the writing detail of review, which I very much clinged onto, clearly, because I'm fucking here.
It's not even and even then, like, it's it's a lot's changed even since then. I have a lot more to say about the show compared to when I.
Oh yeah, bloody hell.
So it's only gotten further.
Further and further.
I forgot that I reviewed. I forgot that I reviewed Reservoir Dogs on the channel. That was a one-off.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
And
we also have
the only Tarantino I've seen since then was literally like a month ago, and that was Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, very good film. We also have the I remember this video, filming it specifically because during it I had the fucking worst headache. Can you remember what video that was?
10th Doctor debate.
Yep, fucking hell, my headache during that video was bad. I don't know how I got through that without saying anything and saying, "Hey guys, I've got a really bad headache." I don't remember anything from that debate, but I remember winning it.
I won it with my squeeze the lemons moment.
Yes, that's where the squeeze the lemons came from. Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh, what time?
That has lived on. It's still a thing that is brought up.
You know what I think is a very underrated video, but not for the reason you probably would think. I think your Women Who Fell to Earth reaction is so fucking interesting because of, like, we all felt that this episode was, it's so different at the time it released. And even just days later, we were like, wait, this is weird. And now looking back on it, it's like, fucking hell, it was bad from the start. What the fuck?
So what's underrated about the video?
I just find it fascinating looking back on, compared to now, weeks after.
I was in an absolutely insane mood that day when I
think you can tell.
leading up to the episode, it was like the most hyped I'd been.
Do you know what my favorite quote? My favorite quote from that video is you going, "This is captivating." When I think that's a bit, which is actually probably the best scene from the episode, is when Ryan goes up the hill and tries to ride the bike again. I think that probably might be one of Ryan's best scenes, quite easily.
Yeah.
Which is really sad because it didn't get better from there, which is fucking insane.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of shows, like, when you're truly starving for something and then you get it, you can really like it a lot more than it deserves.
Yeah, boy, especially I remember at the time. I think you've mentioned this way back. You were like so excited to be covering new Doctor Who for the channel, and it possibly do well. But because the era was so shit, that interest very much waned very quickly.
Well, I think it's still actually hanging over me to this day. Like, even with RTD2, the Chibnall damage is I still feel the scars from it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was 5 years we're never getting back.
Yeah, and like, it's one of the reasons why recently I said I wish the Star Beast came after the Doctor Falls, because if I had watched the Star Beast, watched the Star Beast after the Doctor Falls, I would have been so you know how when you look at, say, Evie 10, whatever you want to call her reactions to these episodes that have been coming out, I feel like I would have been like her if the Star Beast and everything that came after. If that had come right after the Doctor Falls, I feel like I would have really, really, really loved them a lot, because I wouldn't have had so many years of Chris Chibnall's Doctor Who that has actively made
we had to suffer 5 years of that absolute bollocks.
Yeah.
And so many people defended it, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and it's like it's a strange dichotomy, right? Because people would say, well, I was also not too positive on a lot of the Moffat era either, but I think I feel, apart from Hellbent, I feel the Moffat era, even with it being a lot of it being quite bad, it doesn't make me less excited to watch the show when it's good the way that Chibnall's Doctor Who does.
Yeah,
there was something very soul draining about Chibnall's Doctor Who that was different to Moffat.
absolutely. Especially when you look back on it, even like now. At the time, you're like, even I was like, boy, this is pretty bad. But then when you really like, even compare it to the episodes that are coming out, it's like, fucking hell, how did we put up with this for so
Yeah.
long?
Yeah.
It's crazy to me. It's so much crazy to me that even I know I famously fucking shat on Flux like hard that it got everyone in a fucking knicker twist. Um, like even I was like, bloody hell, I really should have gone harder on it. It's like really incompetent on every level. Jesus. Yeah, and I feel like it's on some people, it's definitely made them very hesitant to be like going all in on the new season. But then there's the other side that are like, oh my god, finally, this is just what a flip this is. And I think for me personally, it's like I'm enjoying this era so far, but it's not. And in a way, it's nice to just have normal critiques on it because I have my issues with a lot of this era so far. But it pales in comparison really to the previous era and the amount of issues I had with almost every department, not just writing, but the acting, the directing, the actual like concepts of where the show was going. It's like bloody hell. It's nice to have bits of this era currently where I can be like, that was well done. This was really well done. That was well executed.
Yeah.
It's just nice to be like, this was good. I think it has these issues and that, and these are good things in it. And
Well, you know,
that's that.
it doesn't give you illness like the other era did.
No, I'm yet to have a headache. Unlike Flux, which gave me a headache
Physical
every episode.
physical
I'm not yet to be
illness,
physically damaged.
physical illness and mental illness, I'd say.
Yeah,
But yeah,
absolutely.
so you'd say it's baby steps. Very good.
So
Yeah.
I guess we can transition from that into what would you like to do first, then, Connor? Out of the three topics that we had.
Oh well, I in the order I said them, I was thinking reflect on the past first, then then talk about the episodes, and then the last thing is the.
Okay, I have a question for you then. What is from memory, what is your favorite moment from doing the channel?
Hmm. Oh my god, favorite moment, Jesus Christ.
One moment you remember the most that you felt really sums up the channel and the content.
um. Well, there was that moment when we all got in the same call together on the 500 sub stream.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
Yeah, see, any time where you can say it's weird because for me, I never really. So I know I'm a co-host on this podcast. I'm a part of the channel quite like fucking. I've been a part of the channel for 4 years now. But I never really feel like I'm. It's not like imposter syndrome. It's not kind of that, but I never feel like that. I'm like an official like main character is not the right word, but it's like you get what I'm trying to say. And I never really feel like I'm just sort of here. That's what it feels like. I'm just sort of here doing stuff. I never feel like I'm on that same level of Jake or even Adam when they were part of the channel in a weird way. But I'm not feeling it as like, oh, I just don't fucking belong. It's more like I just feel like I'm here and I'm having a good time. You know?
Yeah, I suppose it's the in-person aspect that changes it.
That is also probably a big aspect of it, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, all of the behind the scenes of when I would go to Adam's house over those few years, that's all the stuff that none of you saw, and that's a huge that when I remember doing stuff for this channel, that's the stuff I remember a lot of. It's all the stuff in between the videos, all the like just the laughs we had making those videos. Like when we put the fucking reindeer things on our head. That was bloody hilarious.
That was during the... Which one was that?
I think it may have been the Big Finish one, because it was 24th.
It was either Chives of Midnight or...
one of those ones.
Or Scherzo, whatever it's called.
No, we never reviewed Shirt, so it's like a weird...
okay.
It's this weird Mandela effect where people think we've reviewed it, but we haven't.
It's that, and then it's fucking what's the
Holy Terror.
The Holy Terror. There you go. That's the two you did. Yeah. Chimes of Midnight is fucking great. I listened to that over Christmas.
Robert Sherman is perfect.
Super good.
Yeah, there's been quite a few great moments. I think emotionally, not only when we filmed the reaction, but also even when I was editing the video, I think the Red Wedding is a massive moment for me. It's something that it's something that I thought if I had a reaction to the Red Wedding on the channel with someone who had never seen the show before, I think that would be a big bucket list thing to take off.
And hey, I was the guinea pig.
I not only cried watching the episode again that I'd already seen before many times, but I cried editing the video, watching ourselves watch it. It's like the emotion of that scene is so palpable. I think that has to be up there.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would also say the Renly death from season 2, in terms of pure like shock for me personally. Because I knew about Ned Stark dying. Spoilers, everyone. It's kind of hard to avoid that when that was like the most famous moment from the show, realistically.
Sean Bean dying.
Exactly.
We could never see that coming.
Yeah, when that's the meme, it's sort of But that moment, I generally remember being just utterly shocked by it, because the previous episode was like a fucking demon birth, and then the start of the next episode is fucking Renly dying. Yeah. But that was generally like one of my favorite moments from it, especially the Game of Thrones reactions. One of my favorite moments we've had.
I don't think I filmed anything at work, no, but I definitely did film one video at the gym. I remember that one. That was crazy. I was so short on time. And I was like, I have to either film this or exercise, and I was like, you know what, I'll do both at the same time. The dedication.
I remember the what was I can't remember. Was it the Leisure Hive? Was that the first worst of who?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I remember, because right at the start of the reaction was K9 going to the water at the beach, and Romana just going, K9!
Yep.
That was one of my favorite moments from the whole series, and that was the start of it. It's just so funny. That whole story was just bloody hell.
It's weird. I've watched that story again, and I actually really like it a lot because I paid attention to it. I paid attention to the actual script as opposed to just what I'm looking at in a room full of people that are making a lot of noise. It's a very different experience when you're in your room by yourself with headphones on, paying attention to the dialogue, as opposed to being in a uni hall where people are playing table tennis and playing loud music
in the background.
Yeah. And I'm having to read subtitles about tachyonics that I don't understand. Yeah.
I do. I can visually remember that setting like very well. That was also when you did the Randy Savage impressions. I don't think it was that story.
Yeah.
But you did. I think it was Colony in Space. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's the one.
Then I was like, oh my god, they're wrestling fans. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm the only one here who knows.
Yeah.
I get the reference.
I mean, that's another thing. Actually, it's very recent, but another thing that under the umbrella is that we have a different channel with wrestling on it. That's another pretty monumental thing that we've done a lot of work on. And the fact that we've had 2 shows so far where one of the people reviewing it has actually been to it in person.
And it's like, those are like massive shows, like in terms of just scale.
Yeah. Yeah. I also think that I think there was one or two of the music ones we did that we really did a good job on. I specifically remember, for you at least, the Nile song and Let There Be More Light were pretty good reactions from you. Number one, because the Nile song is a metal track.
Are you sure? Because Will always says I'm just nodding along and not saying much, jokingly.
Yeah. No, because the Nile song is very pre-Black Sabbath, and then Let There Be More Light had David Gilmour's first guitar solo, and you were like, oh yes, that is good.
Yeah. Those are all really cool moments. For me, I think one of my favorite moments generally is not only did we get JXE on Edar, we had her for like 9 hours.
Yeah.
It's like I genuinely thought maybe like we could push like 3, maybe 4, but the fact that she was practically there the whole stream, which is fucking crazy. Cause and like she said to us not only on stream but after we finished, we actually hang out with her for like an hour or so because she was waiting for I think like Fringy to like wake up so they would do the Obi-Wan Kenobi reaction. Which do you remember that after that stream was when they she posted that clip of that fucking moment where Obi-Wan and not Padme, Leia are in the fucking trench coat surrounded by stormtroopers. It was Jesus Christ.
Yep.
But generally the fact that we had Jay on for so long and seemingly she said many times that she had like a really good time. That's fucking awesome. That and I remember saying that when we were ending the stream, how much like Jay especially was like a big inspiration for me for doing content. That for me personally is genuinely one of my proudest moments online. Generally, because that was just fucking awesome. To talk about Doctor Who with Jay for like 9 hours is just like I don't think you can beat that for me personally.
Yeah, I just remembered 2 more moments that were absolutely legendary for the rage they provoked. Well, actually, there's more than that. We've already there's ones long in the past, like the Clara rant that me and Adam did. That was a very long time ago. But more recently, the deaths of both Tywin and Stannis invoked a lot of rage.
Oh god, I was pissed.
Yeah. I mean, basically the entire Mother's Mercy episode, I was just enjoying your rage. You were so angry.
I was so angry.
Yeah.
I was so angry.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know if you said it on the video or in private, but I think you remember you said you were worried that I was going to like really like it.
Well, I was worried you'd like season 6.
Oh yeah. Oh no, yeah, that's what you were talking about. Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Well,
no,
we haven't released any of those yet, but
yeah, you have that to look forward to, guys. Season 6, it's so good.
Best season ever.
Best season ever.
And there's lots of stuff that I'm looking forward to actually. Like in terms of the music, we haven't even got to the best stuff yet. That's the crazy part. We've had some great songs, but we've still got like the best stuff to come. And that's very exciting. I've been recently binging a lot of the solo albums from each of the artists in the band, and like I'm actually blown away at how incredible the quality of the songs are, even outside of the band's canon. It just shows the raw talent of these architects who went to school together in Cambridge in the early 60s. And they just so happened to all get into a band at the same time. Anyway, so yeah, there's lots of great moments from over the years. I think the fact that I nearly had like a heart attack at the end of Inferno Part 6, that was also another good moment on the channel. The cliffhanger like made me hold my breath. It was so good. Yeah, there's been some great laughs.
Very, very fun times.
When the car regenerated in
Yeah,
Hellbent.
that was that moment on stream was.
I mean,
Right. That whole stream was fun.
you can't talk about this channel without talking about Hellbent. It's like the main topic.
No, it's like the main thing.
And actually,
for a long time before Chibnall, it was sort of like the main thing of the channel.
And actually, I just remembered, and this is the best moment on the channel by far, and there's nothing before it that was better than it, and I don't think we'll ever top it again. It's the Doctor Who Wipeout tangent from Saranga Conundrum review. That was.
I generally remember listening to that before, like way before I even met you, and that was like, this is fucking hilarious.
That was by far the funniest thing on the channel. Like I'm pretty sure when we did the top 10 moments, I think that was number 1. When we did the 500 subs, I don't see how I can top that. That was just a spur of the moment, spontaneous legendary.
Oh yeah, you can't write that.
Yeah, and that was the moment where we realized that Chibnall Who was fucked. Like there was no there was no going back after episode 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saranga Conundrum.
Yeah, and then
piece of shit.
Yeah. And yeah, a few more years after that, and oh boy. I really don't want to watch any of that again, but I probably will.
No, never again.
Probably one day I'll be forced into doing it.
Yeah, something like that. But never. It's never going to be soon, and it's not going to be through our own will.
I want to have a no contact period with that era.
10 years time.
it's the forbidden toxic X, and you shouldn't. You should just block it out.
On the 10th anniversary is when we'll binge it all.
Yeah. In terms of this is a bit of a weird thing to ask. But what about worst? What's some of the
worst moment of the channel?
What's it's just stuff that's just not nice to look back at. Probably the John Barrowman stuff. I think that comes to mind.
Yeah, I think that's more to do with that person, and yeah, this is sad, really.
Yeah,
all that because I if none of that would have happened, I would have definitely suggested the fact that John Barrowman returned in Fugitive of the Doctor, and your reaction was priceless.
Yeah, but I'm also talking about when I think it was on the 10th Doctor debate they brought up the backstage stuff.
Oh yeah. I feel like that. I think that was the first time I ever heard of that, and I was just sort of because I had no real knowledge on it, I just sort of kind of brushed it, which is I just didn't have much knowledge on it, unfortunately. I think now we have a lot more.
I think it got worse when I started to think about it from other perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went, oh yeah, no, you probably shouldn't have done that.
No.
Yeah, that's probably one of the stinkier moments. I mean, the X-Men reviews have to be a very low point.
Jesus. Yeah.
Those
were. Whoa, Jesus Christ! Yeah, it's a dark period of the channel. Very, very bad.
Yeah. Sure, there's something else. My reaction to the Ghost Monument, I wasn't too happy with. It was I was very nondescript, but I was like, what the fuck do I do? How do I react to this episode? It's so bland.
How do you fucking talk about it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. Very a lot of memories. A lot of memories from the channel that are very steep in my mind. But I think one moment that we can obviously never forget is when you made your Twitter and then tweeted, "Hey, does anyone want to do some MCU reviews, and then I
Mm-hmm.
deemed you, and then hit that as they say, that was history.
Oh, I know one of the worst moments on the channel is when Josh said that season 6 of Game of Thrones is the best one. That's a fucking awful moment.
Oh, did he say that on stream?
He said that on the Rise of Skywalker review.
Oh no. I
No.
completely blanked that out because I don't think we were watching. Definitely weren't watching it at the time. Just before we were. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bad take.
Yeah. That whole Rise of Skywalker review it's like it's just I could never go back to it. I just don't want to relive that.
I can say there's some negatives about like behind the scenes stuff. That's probably where most of it comes from, to be honest. Is stuff like the audio not being on videos, which has happened way too many times, and we've only recently fixed it.
Yeah, there was a big run of I think it was like the rest of season 1 of Game of Thrones.
The last 2 episodes. And
yeah, which are like one of the most.
Some of the wrestling live streams were like that too. The predictions, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's just a bunch of videos that have been like that, and it really pisses me off. The other problem was like I had the reverse issue where the episode's audio was playing over the microphone recording. That was also another annoying thing. Yeah. Also, like cameras running out of battery or running out of memory on the SD card, like that sort of thing. Advent calendars going overdue as well. That was another massive issue I had. It's always been a very ambitious thing, and the only time I got it perfect was the December dump. That was the only time I got it exactly right.
Fucking ironic, isn't it? Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. And
when it was just all Game of Thrones.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Jake and Adam sort of flaking away. Sadly, that did happen in a very short space of time, like end of 2020, start of 2021. Sort of after the 500 stream, they just sort of disappeared. I think Jake's in Germany now.
Oh wow!
I have no idea. I mean, the only thing I know about Adam is that he plays games because I see it on my Discord. But I think he explained to me that he just wants nothing to do with any online anything. Like he just completely has removed himself from all connection to people online because it's just that negativity really triggers him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. You know what I think one of the most underrated videos on my channel is when I ranked all of the Game of Thrones book characters. I did a massive live stream where I talked very in depth about all the characters because I read the books. I think that's a very good video I did. There's a few others that just don't get that many views that I think are really good. You know, stuff like some of those Game of Thrones ones we've done have been very, very detailed. Yeah.
I think the ones that because the big projects that I've done are the Edar movies and the Arcane minis. Those Arcane minis ones I'm quite proud of as well. Those were and watching those in general was just really, really cool, really enjoyable, really good show. And then season 2's this year. It's only like 6 months away.
That's true.
We got that to look forward to.
Oh yeah, the other negative is that there's been appearances on the channel from people that have either passed away or I no longer talk to. So for example, like my old cat was on the channel for a bit, if you remember. She'd like appear and my cat passed. And then also like there was a couple of videos I did with a guy I used to be friends with from work, and I no longer talk to him because we're not. Yeah, that was some shitty drama. And like, yeah, there's some videos where, you know, my ex is in the background, which is just, ugh. But you know, It's whatever. I think it was there was a time maybe a year or two ago when for some reason I don't know why, but I flicked on like the Last Jedi review we did in 2019. I don't know why maybe I was just trying to find something from it. And then
oh my god, I remember that fucking day. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
You had to go to London?
Oh. I not only wasn't it I had to take the car somewhere, and then I had to go to London.
Yeah.
And then you read off like trivia for like 2 hours or something.
And we talked about some stuff like, you know, director and producer and blah blah blah.
Jesus, that was botched as hell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of memories, a lot of good, a lot of bad, but that's the same with anything.
Yeah. And overall, I do not regret it.
No.
The only actually,
I'm not a boss.
the only thing I think I regret massively is not trying to make more money. That would have been nice. That would have been nice.
That would have been nice. That would have been nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think. What do you think is the best, and is very in keeping with like a lot of the recaps we do? What do you think is the best thumbnail on the channel?
Oh, it's got to be the Doctor Dancers, right?
Yeah, you as the Borman Shake as Jack.
Yeah. The Fear Her thumbnail's pretty good, and
I like the Boomtown one. I thought that was pretty neat.
There's also some of the Game of Thrones thumbnails are really funny. Like the one where Tyrion is vomiting all vomiting. That's pretty good. Yeah, there's been oh my god, there's a lot. There's been a lot of thumbnails. Oh, the Mission to the Unknown one's pretty good.
Yeah.
Your face is on the head. And the Leisure Hive. The Leisure Hive is a very good thumbnail.
Yeah. That's a good one. Then that one's got like nearly 2K views, which is pretty good. All right. Yeah, that one's pretty fun. That's great.
I think the thumbnails were always and of course, how could I forget the Doomsday one where me and Jake are on opposite sides of the wall? That's a great one.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
But I think the often the thumbnails were at their best when Adam was in them because he makes such dramatic faces.
Yeah. And now, to be fair, whenever I've been scrolling through the thumbnails, I certainly make a lot of faces. Think which one I saw a second ago. It was like, oh my god. Damn, I've lost it.
I think our most viewed Pink Floyd reaction is the Nile song, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, nice.
Interesting. I was standing by the Nile when I saw the lady smile. I would take her out for a while,
Oh, a nice, some underrated reviews we did was the Years and Years and It's a Sin.
Yes, absolutely. We
those
did a
awesome.
deep dive on those characters, yeah, massively.
Yeah. Years and Years and It's a Sin are very good shows. Because did we watch them? Because I had seen Years and Years and thought it was fucking great, and It's a Sin.
We rewatched Years and Years. So when we did Years and Years, we rewatched it, and then with It's a Sin, it was our first time.
I feel like I did watch it before. I can't remember if I did or not.
No, It's a Sin wasn't. It was our first viewing.
Okay, right. Okay. I think we watched that. Was Russell announced by then? I don't think he was actually. When those came out, I don't actually would have been actually.
Think so. I don't.
No, I don't think it would have been. No, he would have been. But it wasn't long after though. To be fair. Oh, a good reaction we did was rewatching Sontara and Stratagem and Poison Sky
It was,
with
yeah.
Sky Jev and
That was a very good video.
Neve. Yeah, that was a good one because that was after Eve of the Daleks.
Okay, I'll tell you. I just remembered one that existed. One that divided opinion a lot. So you either thought it was a great video or a really shit video. Was my reaction to Flux. Because I did it as Gordon Ramsay.
You tried something different.
I did it as Gordon Ramsay. And so the people I know in real life thought it was great. But then a lot of the people online that thought that Flux was fun thought my video was awful.
Well, yeah, because they're not going to like it in that regard.
Yeah.
I think it was an idea. And yeah, I think the overall execution probably. I don't think it was probably what you probably envisioned. Perhaps.
No.
Yeah. I think it was a different idea.
I tried. You know? I mean, I had to get through that series somehow.
Had to. Yeah. Those are my reactions with Ecom during those was just that was something. Having a headache after every episode, boy, loved it. Couldn't think of anything better.
Oh, I remember the most fun we ever had reviewing Pink Floyd was when we did a Spanish piece. Because that's when Glug Snort started. That was the Glug Snort.
Glug Snort. The Chad that is Glug Snort. Oh wow.
And when Jeb went on his when Jeb went on his full tirade about how he only lasts 1 minute in bed, so he plays that song because it goes along with his duration. That was bloody hilarious.
Glug Snort was at the time we used such internet meme words like tism or stuff like that, and Glug Snort felt like that is such a meme word.
Yeah, but it's from a song from 1969 where they're doing fake Spanish accents.
Yeah. Episode 4 of Years and Years is great. It is very fucking good. So good. Years and Years is fucking great.
Another thing that I loved doing on the channel was going through Worst of Classic Who and discovering all these disliked episodes that are actually quite good and have a lot of really interesting things in them.
Are you saying, Connor, that people are wrong?
Yeah, it's almost always when they are actually the good ones. It's the ones where they say, "Oh, it's long and boring, and I couldn't pay attention." And then I watch them, I'm like, oh my god, there's an encyclopedia of sci-fi stuff in this episode.
Yeah. Yeah, some people just don't have great attention spans.
You know what videos I think are underrated? Our Batman reactions.
Oh, those were fun. I loved editing those. They were fun. We need to do another Edar movies at some point. Because I need something to edit fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be another franchise we can watch. That's just as goofy. Yeah. Those are fun.
Mm.
The Batman Forever one especially was whoa, bloody hell. This is fucking weird.
Yes.
Jim Carrey. Boy. Yeah, we've had a fun time for you 6 years, for me 5 nearly.
What's the best story on the Worst of Classic Who list? I think I wrote this down somewhere.
Yeah, I think you get a whole encyclopedia.
Might be the Time Monster. Let's see. Ranking worst. Worst of ranked. I don't know if I have it written somewhere. I suspect it's probably the Time Monster. Unless I'm forgetting something. I gave the Time Monster a 9.5. Surely that's the best one, right? It can't. Surely there wasn't
pretty
another.
high.
I'm surely that I'll look at. Hang on, I'll look at my Letterboxd because I have a ranking of the Classic Who serials on there, and I'll see if there's anything above it on the list I made.
I was about to say it's Colony in Space.
Colony in Space is a great story, but Time Monster is a special kind of spastic that I love. It's about pendulum theory and Greek mythology and what was else was it? It was and like how pendulum theory relates to the connection between the Doctor and the Master and how they balance on scales. And I'm not saying astrology is a real thing, but I am a Libra, so naturally I'm going to lean towards something where balancing on a scale is part of its story. And Time Monster explores a lot of those things throughout, whether that be through something as small as a tea kettle or something as massive as, you know, two Time Lords battling in two TARDISes. And there's also just a lot of fun as well, like jokes like Tom Tit and Coccyx and just really funny stuff, and Roger Delgado being hilarious. Go watch my review of it. I did with Mason. Yeah, I don't think there is anything from Worst of Classic Who that I did put above the Time Monster. From the looks of it, I doubt it. In terms of, I mean, I could say what I put second. Let's have a look. What did I put second behind that? Scroll down a bit. The Horns of Nimon, because that's, I mean, the Horns of Nimon's not like unironically good. It's a great parody. The worst one though is the Invasion of Time. That's fucking horrid. I hate that story.
It's you don't like Sontaran stripping either?
That is actually funny. That's actually a really good moment.
Yeah. It's fucking
the Invasion of Time is for me the worst Classic Who story. It's got bad lore, bad characterization, catastrophic implications. It's about important stuff, and it ruins Leela's exit. And Tom Baker definitely tries, but it's kind of a bit like Hellbent, where the characterization is all warped and doesn't do what it's trying to do. Yeah, I do like Armageddon Factor. I do like that one. It's not quite at the top though. But, you know, Invasion of Time, that story can fuck itself. That is a bad Doctor Who story. Yeah. Right. I think we've done enough. We've done an hour of
jerking ourselves off.
Yeah. Yeah, we have. Shall we talk about Space Babies and the Devil's Cord?
Yeah, I guess we should.
While you do that, I'm going to put my ravioli bowl away and get some grapes.
Oh. War is the Deep, though. Yeah, War is the Deep is a...
It is a bad story, but I like it.
Bad story and bad production.
It is a bad story, but I like it more than the Invasion of Time.
It does have that really good final line. Really, really good. Because Davidson is great. Davidson is a great Doctor. Underrated as hell. Yeah, so soon we'll be talking about season 1 / season 40, I think, / series 14. A lot of 1s and 4s, and a 0 in there as well. Yeah, we'll be talking that in a second. doing some discussion on new Doctor Who. A lot of people seem to like one episode and not like, well, be mixed on the other, which I think might be fair. Might be fair. Yeah. It's 5. I've been on this channel for 5 fucking years. Jesus Christ. Let me actually get the date of the Iron Man review. Because that was the first side I was on. I fucking remember. That was posted 5 years ago on the 5th of April, 2019. Boy, oh boy. Fucking hell, 5 years ago. That is crazy. That is crazy to think about. 5 years ago. And I'm still in the same position. Looking at it now, I'm still sitting in the same spot as I was 5 years ago. Even
That's
now,
because you keep moving your room around.
I've moved it.
And now you come, and just like Adric, you've come full circle.
Bloody hell, my hair. Very fluffy. Now it's just in a ponytail with shaved sides. Very radically different.
Yeah, do you wanna go first, or should I go first?
All right, I'll ask you, Connor. Well, we can do it episode by episode first. So first, Connor, what was your initial thoughts on Space Babies?
So the median of it is decent. There's some really good stuff, and there's some stuff that doesn't quite work, but I did enjoy it. I think my favorite aspect is some of the connections it makes to Ruby's character history. The scene with the snow on the spaceship is probably my favorite in the episode. There's other stuff like when Shuri does the whole, this is what I live for. It's this freedom. That's very doctorish. And there were some funny moments. I have said many times before, I am much like Russell. I have a very immature sense of humor at times. So I did get a kick out of the fact that Ruby Sunday got covered in baby snot. I think that's hilarious.
The fact that the bogeyman was covered in bogies is very funny, I will say.
Yeah. In terms of things that I would say not all of it's against, but things I have to comment about it. I think the CGI for the babies' mouths doesn't quite work.
It's not great.
Because you can't really get babies to act. You just have to sort of have them, and the way mouths move in conjunction with your words is actually very complicated. It's one of the reasons why an animation like Arcane took so many years to produce, because mouth movements are very difficult to mimic, and this is live action. And the other reason is because the baby's facial expressions sometimes don't match what they're saying and the tone of their words, and it's very disorientating. The other thing that I will say, and this is not just a Space Babies thing, this is kind of a thing with every episode of RTD2 so far outside of Wild Blue Yonder, is that I, in general, I like what's called languid tempo. I like it in my music. I like it in my film. I like it in TV. I like it when I'm cooking. I like it when I'm exercising. And there's a few reasons for that. Number one, in terms of fundamentals, the reason why I like it in storytelling is because it allows things to breathe, simmer, marinate. It means that you can really soak in as much of the impact of certain moments as possible. And I feel that quite a few of the big moments in these episodes into themselves are good moments that have an impact, but because they don't have much languid tempo in those moments, it doesn't allow them to really maximize the impact of what they are doing. That's another thing I would say. about Space Babies and RTD2 in general. There are specifics I could get into. If you went like scene by scene, moment by moment. But generally speaking, I did enjoy Space Babies. I thought it was a decent episode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so my initial thoughts on Space Babies, I think Space Babies is okay. I think performances of Shooty and Millie are very, very good. I think the music throughout is really, really good. Murray Gold is very, very good, as he always is. Very happy he's back. I think that the plot is quite thin. I think the idea that what Russell was going for, I think has legs. I think it just could have really been expanded with the other adult character, but it never really was. It never really went in the direction I thought it was, and that might be due to the runtime. I think the jokes in the episode were quite hit and miss for me. I think the constant saying of babies, space babies, did wear a little thin as the episode went on. Constantly repeating your jokes can more times than not grain on you, and it did for me here. I think this as a opening episode to the season is fine. I just think there's a lot of really weird editing choices that were constant throughout the episode that I felt could have slowed down. This episode is very high energy and very fast paced. And I feel like it never really takes itself a moment to really breathe during the moments it probably should. We get a lot of scenes with the babies. I think that's probably the quietest it really gets. The best moments for me were definitely the scenes just between the Doctor and Ruby. As you mentioned, the scene where Ruby's looking out on the planet and the Doctor talks about why he travels. Really good stuff. Really good dialogue and really good acting. And what I do like about Shooty's Doctor, he is very open about talking about his past. Beginning episode, he talks that Gallifrey's gone and the Time Lords are all gone. He's the last of the Time Lords. People seem to be pissed off about that, really, which is weird because Chibnall's the reason that is a thing. Yeah, I think my major issue with Space Babies, I think the ending is quite rushed. And I think that's kind of a theme with every episode so far, other than probably Wild Blue Yonder. But yeah, I like Space Babies, but I think it is quite flawed overall.
There was one thing I forgot to say that I do really like about Space Babies thematically, is you have two adopted characters temporarily adopting babies, which was nice, because the Doctor and Ruby Sunday are both adopted. So I like that a lot. The fact that it's the whole thing of they go to the spaceship and the spaceship has things that are connected to the people that are going to it. Not only with the babies being part of Ruby's sort of character, because she has grown up in a foster home with her mum, but also that the Doctor was adopted because of the whole timeless child thing. And on top of that, things like how the Doctor is remembering back to the church with the snow, and then the snow appears on the ship. That was a massive.
That was really cool, positive. And I really liked how that was done directly. I think the direction of that scene.
You know what this is a bit like? It's so many parts of the show before have explored the way that the TARDIS has a link between the user and the TARDIS itself. And one of the examples I can think of that uses it pretty vividly is from Series 8, Listen, how when Clara puts her fingers into the TARDIS and they go back to when Danny was a kid. I feel like this what they did here in Space Babies is like a much like cleaner, less contrived version of that, where it's not so. I always found the way they did it in Listen to be a little bit strange. With this, the way they connected, it's a lot more organic, and I like that. I like the way they worked that in, the connections between the past and the present. Oh, let's also not forget there was that scene at the start. They go to Wyoming where there's dinosaurs, and Ruby steps on a butterfly, and everything changes for a second, which was interesting.
Connor, that breaks. There's no such thing as the butterfly effect in Doctor Who. What do you mean? It ruins everything. Do you think there might be a reason for that?
This discourse, the discourse around this reminds me of when Endgame came out and people just like were having arguments over the whole Back to the Future thing. It's very strange.
I think there's a very obvious reason why that's happened, and I think it's to do with the fact that myths are becoming real.
Yeah, a lot of this is cause and effect from the 50th, well, 60th specials, I should say.
There's been a very clear indication that Russell wanted to do something to allow myths to happen, and I think he did it well enough where these things can happen.
Well, the Doctor invoked a superstition at the end of the universe, and then the toy maker came in, and that has created this whole thing where the show, as it's being written, is now being built to do things that it's never done before, which is a great idea.
But that's not Doctor Who, Connor.
So-called progressives saying this.
I think it's on both sides, to be fair. But yeah, I find it very strange.
Well, it makes sense if a conservative says it, because they want things to stay the way they are.
Yeah.
So even if they're wrong, at least they are sticking to their word.
They're sticking to their guns.
Yeah. I've always been relatively optimistic about the show doing new things. Like, I've always been like, it's why we now have a dynamic between a doctor and a companion that are like, it reminds me a lot of, I have these two friends at work. One of them's a queer man and one of them's a girl, a young girl, and their dynamic reminds me a lot of the Doctor and Ruby.
Yeah, I saw that a lot during secondary school. Like that dynamic, very much.
They're like two of my close friends from work, and their dynamic is very similar to this one, and it's one that the show's never done before. It's like the gossiping dynamic, and on top of that, you've got the very extravagant, theatrical, flamboyant presentation of the show now, which again, something it's never done before. These are things that a lot of people will look at and say, hey, that's not Doctor Who, but I would say, well, it wasn't, but now it is. And it's not really, I've never really had this.
Doctor Who doesn't have one strict tone.
No.
It never has.
It's been a show that has evolved and changed to many different things. It's like the same thing of
it suits to the time. Like
20, almost 20 years ago now, when people were saying, "Oh, Doctor Who's not supposed to have holding hands and romance and love." Like, it's like, yeah, it hasn't before, but now it is. It's like you can do so many different things, and they are doing new things. I don't think Russell would have ever come back to the show had he not tried to do new things. So not only are we getting a dynamic between characters that we haven't seen before in the show, but also we are getting concepts that we haven't gotten before in the show, where they are now invoking myths. We're getting all sorts of different kind of sci-fi rules, and there's been an inciting incident to allow this to happen. So yeah, I have a lot of respect for Russell for doing it that way rather than just doing it without explaining it. We have an actual reason to believe this stuff, which rewards you for paying attention, rewards you for, watching it. But like I said, the snowing in the space station, like that whole scene was great. But like I said at the start, if the episode was longer and had languid tempo, you could use time to really let it breathe and sink in and soak and marinate. I understand when you have a story with urgency in it, you do need to keep things realistic, but there are ways around that. Hello, Will.
Good morning, gay boy. Not untrue. I am not being offensive because that's just straight up true. Yes. Yeah, I agree with all that. The snow scene was fucking really good. I really like that a lot. I think one issue that I've had with I guess the first 2 episodes, but and it was kind of done here more in Space Babies. I think there's a very clear fast tracking through the dynamic between the companion and the Doctor here, which I think I wish Russell let it breathe, because in this episode she is on her first space adventure, and by the end she gets the TARDIS key. It feels very very soon, and I guess you could argue in one way that, as we see at the end of the episode, the Doctor, much like with Clara, which is, I feel like, I remember seeing a tweet of someone saying, "Oh, this is acting like the Clara in season 7, but you hate it then, but you like it now." It's like, please stop talking. It's very cringe. So I'm assuming in that regard, the Doctor just wanted to get Ruby on board so he can learn about Ruby. So you could argue that. Still feels like the dynamic is a little bit rushed at times, especially when we find out the passage of time in the second episode. But we'll get to that.
Yeah, the only sort of good faith I can give for that is that in the Church of Ruby Road, he spends a lot of time finding out who this person is before they become friends.
Possibly.
That is part of it.
I think they might, but I think that needs to be a bit clearer then. Because when we go from Church of Ruby Road to the Devil's Cord, that is a span of 6 months for Ruby. Yeah, so that's a lot of fucking time, and it feels like that's a lot of time in universe where so much could change about Ruby in terms of how she sees the world. We're not seeing it, unfortunately.
Do you think if they made it that the Doctor trusting this person too early has an actual consequence, do you think maybe that could work? The fact that he's giving her a key too early and then he regrets not taking his time?
Well, here's the thing. That's the last scene of the episode where, and this reminds me a lot of it reminds me a lot of Father's Day. I think you know the same one about, where the Doctor, after giving the key, he sets up the one thing he'd never do, and that's bring Ruby back to the church on that Christmas. And it reminds me, it shows that the Doctor has learned so much over his years. Like Father's Day was a big point in his life, I remember. You know, really good fucking episode. And I'd like that being sort of not hard on reference, but that is, you know, you can harken back to something like that, a big moment in his history, and it's related here, which I think is really cool. I really like that scene as well, just in general. His acting is like, and Millie's is just fucking great in that scene.
That is one thing I will say. The acting from the lead two is spot on. They're both great.
They are fantastic. Yeah. So when I don't know if you've seen the tweet that I did, that's actually done pretty well. Talking about Shooty's acting, someone fucking probably not my Doctor said, you can't even fucking, like, to the avail of, you can't fucking understand him. It's like, are you deaf, lad? Fucking perk your ears up.
Yeah.
Just very, very strange. Because Shooty's acting and Millie's acting are fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. Fantastic.
Very charismatic Shooty Gatways.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But
I do feel like,
isn't it also nice after all these years to finally have a cool, socially competent Doctor?
Yeah.
We literally
He didn't do anything that was... He never did anything that I felt was really stupid.
Well, even when he does weird sort of little quirky things, it never feels like he's being dumb with it. It feels like he's
never feels like he's being awkward. Like, he never believes he's awkward. He is confident, he is strong, he knows himself. That's the sort of thing that we've been missing.
Probably his most strange moment, like when you look at it, is him using a big hammer in his underwear, bashing the TARDIS. Right, that's quite a cartoony moment, but he never feels socially awkward doing it. He feels like he enjoys it a
In
lot.
Newverse, it's not that he is actually like the character thinks they're being awkward. It's we're watching it, and it's like because they're an alien, you know, it is they act strange in like how we think someone would normally act. And he just pulls it off fantastically. He is generally like right out of the park. He is acting his ass off, despite
and
what other people might say.
I guess maybe it's Russell T Davies' thing, right? He likes to write his doctors with a bit more competence in the room, if you get what I mean. Because both Stephen Moffat and Chris Chibnall liked their doctors to be a bit weird.
And it sort of be like that was the entire joke.
Yeah.
Especially more for Moffat, it was more made into a joke than a thing.
Don't we just love when Matt Smith gets silly?
That's the one with the sticks, right?
Oh, remind me.
Yeah. You know what I really liked from the Space Babies? I like the design of the Boogeyman quite a lot. One of my issues though with the editing is whenever they show the Boogeyman on camera, like on the cameras in the station, the editing was really weird, and it was every time it was shown, and it really put me off. I really didn't like the way they did that. It felt like too much, trying to be like, "This is scary. You need to be scared." If they did it just the first time it was shown, I feel like that would have been fine. But then they did it almost like every time it went up to the camera.
Yeah, it is interesting that because both these episodes have very strong direction. So you're pairing very strong direction with some amateur editing, and it's an odd combination, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the second episode is a lot better edited.
Yeah, it's a lot smoother. A lot smoother.
Yeah. So I guess the other thing we can talk about is the other character, adult character in this episode, and I have a little bit of an issue with them, more to do with the conclusion, because I think they're set up with her character at first. While it's not like massive, I think there's something really decent there. She was the only one that stayed behind. Everyone else on the station left. And she's been taking care of the babies on the station for 6 years, and they've actually never knew she was a real person. Which is another thing they don't really go over. They just sort of meet up, and there's no real acknowledgement of like, you were here the whole time and you never saw us. That was a scene that should have absolutely happened, because that has a great potential. But then also at the end of the episode, she tries to kill the bogeyman, and there's not really an acknowledgement. Once the plot is ended of that, it's kind of just swept under the rug of like she's being emotional, and it's really, really strange. I don't know why, and I think it's probably to do with the runtime, but Russell needed to sort of address that. The Doctor needed to have a conversation with her of like,
definitely,
I get that the bogeyman, in comparison to the babies, is different, but that's still a baby.
I can 100% tell you that if this was, let's say this was in series 10, I can guarantee you the Doctor would have had that conversation that you're talking about. I can see it.
Reminds me of the conversation at the end of Cold Blood. But the difference is that character was shit. But even then, that they still had, Moffat had Chibnall had the gall to actually write that scene, thankfully. But it didn't fucking matter because the character was shit. But Russell didn't write it here, which was like, all right. I feel like that needed to be acknowledged.
Yeah, the sort of thing of like, oh, it was just a spur of the moment bit of genocidal anger, and now it's all better.
Yeah, attempted murder. Just and especially when they very much made it clear that the Bogeyman exists because the system went awry, and because of like the training program for the babies went awry, it made a Boogeyman, like an actual boogeyman made out of the baby's snot.
Yep.
Which I think is quite funny. But that I like that as a concept. I think that's really cool that a boogeyman was created as part of a children's story. I
Yes.
think that's really, really cool as a concept.
Well, I mean, it's just it's such a Doctor Who thing of what if the bogeyman was actually made out of bogies?
Yeah, very simple. And for an episode 1, I think that's a perfect little concept to do. But yeah, it's very much not much of an acknowledgement that she just attempted to kill, and obviously the look of a bogeyman, but still like a child of the station. It really needed more acknowledgement, and it just didn't. And unfortunately, that makes the ending. The ending is very rushed in Space Babies. Like the last sort of like 5 minutes of pretty much just it's really like 3 minutes of the plot. Once they figure out what this thing is, the plot is pretty much done in like 3 minutes. You know, the woman tries to throw the boogeyman out of the airlock, and there's a sort of like, it's the last of its kind. It's the only one of its kind, kind of thing. Which I know they tried to relate it to at the beginning of the episode, but it felt kind of, I don't know, could have been probably executed a bit better. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's as an ending, it's like, yeah, it was just quite rushed.
Yeah, I mean, look, if these episodes were, say, 60 minutes instead of 48, then you could do more scenes, you could do more languid tempo,
Absolutely,
you could
yeah.
flesh things out, you could have more scenes that give the characters time to do things that they would do. It's all sorts of things, really.
But we'll say, Shooty's acting during this scene, when the boogeyman is about to like fly out, and he's thinking about all the things that they've been saying in this episode, bloody great. He is honestly just so good.
Yeah, a lot of the time, the cracks in the storytelling are being filled up with the cement, I guess you could say, the cement filler of these actors. They are carrying a lot of it. The show, when you watch the show, it feels a lot more consistent than it is because of how good the acting is.
Yeah, I think that's what kind of, I don't want to say fool, but that it does fool quite a lot of people when like a story is like really, it's filled with holes in its writing. The acting can shield it.
This is probably a hot take. I think Broadchurch is like that. It's got a lot of great actors in it, so it fills a lot of those.
It certainly does. David Tennant is great.
Olivia Colman
is very good.
Yep.
Even Jodie Whittaker in that is great.
David Bradley's in that. Arthur Darville's in that. You got this great cast and some very great directors that fill the cracks and make the show a lot better than it really deserves to be.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you had the bit in the end where, as a final joke, was kind of like, okay, the space station getting to finally move because of baby farts. It's kind of like, okay, maybe that's a bit too silly for me. Maybe that's just me.
It doesn't have the satirical sludge of the Slovene, does it?
Or even the bogeyman in the episode. But yeah. But then obviously as we mentioned, the scene between Ruby and the Doctor talking about why, or Ruby can't go back to see her birth mother on Christmas, I think was, again, very good scene. When Shooty takes things seriously, he honestly is like insanely good.
Yeah.
When the story calls for it, he's shown that he can deliver a very serious moment. Just his face during that scene, just like he's just so calm and like very serious and to the point. It's very nice to see a Doctor that's like that.
I am actually really impressed as well at how well Russell is able to capture a modern day 18-year-old character, or 19 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think here's the thing about Ruby. I think as a character, she is, when comparing her to all the other Russell companions in their first couple of episodes, I think she's definitely the weakest. However, I think she is capturing that modern 18-year-old very well.
Yeah, she
And I
really
think
is.
Millie is perfect for the role.
Yeah,
She is like insanely good as an actress.
absolutely.
And I think as Matt said in the chat, Ms. Gibson's acting reminds me a lot of Jenna Coleman's. Perhaps maybe in later seasons, not in season 7. I think her acting is fine, but it's not on this level. I think Millie is like seriously showing off some insanely good acting for an 18-year-old.
There are some inflections and expressions that are similar to Jenna Coleman, but I don't think Millie Gibson has the same level of edge. I don't think Millie Gibson could play evil the way Jenna Coleman does, because I think Jenna Coleman's a lot better at really ripping you, whereas I think Millie Gibson's a lot more likable. She has a friendlier output, is what I would say. Jenna Coleman is very smug, which is perfect for Stephen Moffat. In fact, that's actually something I'm interested to see how Stephen Moffat writes Ruby Sunday. Actually, I think that'll be fascinating.
Yes, I am. I'm very excited for the next episode. I'm very excited. I'm starting for the next 2 episodes because they are going to be the 73 Yards is going to be very Ruby Sunday heavy, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and that's something that I think we need.
Oh, definitely. I think that's very much needed.
Yeah. So yeah, should be interesting. But yeah, I did enjoy Space Babies. I did enjoy it on the whole. And you know, it's interesting because I usually, you know, if anyone who works at my work knows, I usually am really like, I don't say it obviously to their faces or the parents' faces, but I'm quite detesting of when babies cry at my work, and I often will mock them and do impressions of them because I think they're so fucking annoying. And they have very little redeeming qualities outside of potential. And I vastly prefer like pet animals over babies, like human babies.
You're a pet parent. That's what you are.
I am. I love my cat Gaz. But the thing is that there is a kind of a tongue-in-cheekness to this that makes the whole baby thing work better. It has different layers of it. Like there is the really the really childish layer to it, but there's also the part of it that works better for an older perspective as well, and that is something that I think Russell did intentionally, because otherwise it could come across as very, you know, very child audience pointed, and it isn't. It's got different things for different people in it, and that I think that helps. It definitely helps it work.
Also, one scene that we actually didn't talk about is the scene between the Doctor and I can't remember what the name of the baby was, but the captain, the little girl captain. The scene between the baby and the Doctor was very cool. I really like, because Shooty's Doctor is very very child friendly in terms of how he acts.
Yes.
And I really liked how he described, like, I'm the only one of me in the whole universe. That was very like Doctor to me.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me a bit of like early 11th Doctor.
Yes, it absolutely does.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna.
Also, the anti-pro-life and refugee messaging was actually well done. It wasn't. It was a part of the episode, but it wasn't a messaging that was beaten over your head. It was very naturally integrated into.
So
the
what you're saying is that Russell is pro-death. Now you're right though. The refugee stuff was actually really well done. The way that they can't get any ships to take them to the planet because they have to arrive there, and which is very much an allegory for, very much an allegory for how refugees struggle in real life.
If it was like a Chernobyl era episode, it feels like they would have mentioned it like 3 times, especially at the end. you know, and
Yeah.
really put it down like Orphan 55, obviously.
No, it was an allegorical situation that came up, and it wasn't harped on. It was something that
like the
just...
crew left, and they all said they were going to protest.
Yeah,
which I think was just,
again, this is a thing that I think usually Russell is pretty on the nose with, is he's pretty good with his political subtext. I think he's been pretty consistent over the years with that. I think my favorite example of it is probably Gridlock, though, because that is so deep on many levels. In terms of Doctor Who, at least, we're talking we're talking outside the show. Obviously, Years and Years is kind of his masterpiece in that regard.
absolutely.
Then stuff like Turn Left and Sound of Drums and all sorts of things he's done. It's a sin.
It's a sin.
But yeah, there were certainly some well pointed views, which was nice to see. Absolutely. After the last. I mean, I don't think Stephen Moffat was too great with the politics stuff either. Some of his stuff was really rubbish.
Really bad.
Yeah.
What was bad?
Yeah, so it is nice to have the show have an intellectual who knows a lot about what he's talking about and knows how to integrate it into a story without it being cringe writing the show.
Yes.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Asmat, actually. Probably. But certainly Russell T Davies and Malcolm Holt. I mean, Robert Holmes is just one of the best writers in general, and that encompasses all fields, and politics is one of them.
Oh, one thing we also haven't mentioned is, what's your opinion on the added elements in the opening sequence?
Do you mean the title card? Are you talking about the it's way better.
Yeah. The first one is out of sync because they didn't play an opening title, and the sequence is sort of needed to kind of have that opening sequence to lead into the sequence. So it was a little bit out of sync. I'm glad that they extended it and the logo looks better. The one thing I would say is that if the shot of the outer space before it gets into the vortex, it feels like it is separate from the rest of the sequence in terms of how it looks. It's my one sort of issue with it. It doesn't feel like it's from the same sort of session of when they made it.
It's probably added on.
Oh yeah, it's definitely been added on. But it doesn't feel like it's in tune with it, I guess. But much better. Yeah, so that was Space Babies. For me, I probably would say it's like around a 5, closer to a 6.
I'll say 6.
Yeah, I'll give it a 5 out of 10.
I'm pretty harsh these days with my numbers, so 6 is actually pretty...
same, yeah. Same, exactly, yeah.
I've recalibrated the way I rate things now.
I'm giving it a 5 out of 10, closer to a 6 than a 4.
Yeah, I've kind of recalibrated the way I rate things these days, so 6 is actually a really good number.
Yeah, same. Yeah, 7, 5 is I think it's flawed, but there's absolutely things to like about it. Any lower than that, and then we're having a bit of issues.
Yep.
So yeah, on to episode 2. Mm-hmm. The Devil's Court. What is your opinions on the Devil's Court, Connor?
So there's a few things. There's a section of this episode that is genuinely incredible. It's the scene where everything goes silent. That was awesome. Brilliant. I loved that. I fucking loved that. Yeah, I think most of this episode is really good, from what I remember of it.
I think the first half an hour is generally the best Doctor Who we've had in years.
Yeah, it's that and Well Beyonder and the first 2/3 of the Giggle are proper Russell T Davies, great stuff. The whole setting with the costumes.
The amount of dopamine I got when the Doctor and Ruby went through a tunnel and then appeared on the top tunnel seamlessly, with no cuts. Oh, I fucking jizzed everywhere.
The The episode looks fantastic. It's beautiful to look at.
So fucking good. The direction was awesome.
Yep. The scene where they interview John Lennon and Paul McCartney was also great. I loved that.
Beautiful. Loved it, yeah.
Now, in terms of what's her name? What's the actress's name who plays the villain?
Jinx.
Yeah.
I don't remember how you pronounce it, but Jinx Moonson or something like that?
Yeah. So I know that drag queen acting is an acquired taste and not everyone's going to like it. And that's fine. I think it worked here. I think in Russell T Davies' style, and especially the tone he's going for this time around with Ncuti's era, I think this tone of Doctor Who makes her acting style feel more in sync. If this character had been in a different era that was a bit less like this, I think it would have felt more out of place. But I thought the performance worked really well for the character, especially given that this is one of the Toymaker's sort of associates, and Toymaker himself is a very flamboyant, extravagant, theatrical character. So there is a place for it. And yeah, the fact that this is obviously a historical, so it links to the history of music, something that Doctor Who hasn't delved into too much, and this goes all the way with it. Choosing an iconic musical moment, obviously the Beatles in the 60s, huge for the UK. Harkening that back to Harbinger with, piece of music that, it connects to the myth, and that's part of the Wobbly Yonder Giggle thing, which was a great connection. Some of the character stuff with the Doctor and Ruby was exceptional. It was really, really good stuff between them. And I thought Ncuti was awesome with his performance throughout. And yeah, on the whole, I think it's pretty strong. Now, I got a little analogy to give you. This is something that I thought about 2 hours after I watched the episode. I was in bed and I just sort of thought about something. So, the twist musical at the end of the episode.
Yes.
So when I watched that, you know what it made me think of? I couldn't formulate it at the time, but after the fact, I remembered what it was, that feeling was. It's like when someone, whether it be a friend or a family member, is doing something, and you go to watch them, to support them when they're doing something they really like. So whether that be a performance like musically, or whether they're playing sport, or whether they are getting awarded for something, there's situations where you'll go and support your friends or your family members when they're doing these sorts of things. You're not necessarily there because you would go out of your way to watch this sort of thing, but you can appreciate it because someone you care about is doing it. And so when I watched that musical moment, what I felt was, I am watching this and appreciating that a show I like and characters I like are involved in it. But I wouldn't go out of my way to watch this if it wasn't for the fact that I knew the people in it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I'm enjoying that they are enjoying it. That's what I mean. I'm sort of living vicariously as opposed to actually being a fan of what it was.
Yeah.
And people might say, oh, you don't like fun and you're old and miserable. And sometimes it does feel like I'm old, actually. But again, I did mention with the Space Babies, I like languid tempo, and this was the polar opposite of that, and that's fine. The show doesn't have to always be what I want, and that's fine.
Yeah. As long as it's well written, I mean,
there's so much of this show that is for me, that is made the way I like it. So I'm fully content for it to do something new it's never done before, like musical scenes like this. And that's fine. I
doubt they're going to be regular things.
I will say, though, I did love that at the end of the episode, they went back across the Abbey Road crossing and it played like a piano. That was awesome.
That's very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really liked the first half an hour of this episode a lot. As we mentioned, I think the direction was fucking gorgeous.
I just want to interrupt
throughout.
you. Maddox has just said 0 out of 10 should have been about Pink Floyd. You're absolutely right. The episode would have been better if it was about Pink Floyd.
It would have been 10 out of 10. Yeah. I like the first half an hour from the very beginning to the scene where they see what the world becomes without music. Fucking beautiful. I absolutely love the first half an hour. I think the performances were fucking brilliant. I think how they described how important music is, and sort of, you have, how, the members of the Beatles talking about music at first as sort of like a mundane thing of just like, I just need to get paid and then I can get an actual fucking job. But then they talk about when they're like on their own thinking about music and chords and putting it all together and how it's the most beautiful thing in the world. Fucking awesome. Loved it. So like how nice is it to have historical figures in Doctor Who with actual personalities? Fucking hell. It feels like we haven't had that.
Man, that scene where they first see the Beatles in studio.
It's so funny. Shooty's reaction when the third time they go and see the band and it's awful. His face when he bends down, his face is just like, what is this? It's so fucking good. And
I like how they
were just patting him on the back.
They really captured the sort of the Scouser mentality of the Beatles as well. They're like, oh yeah, come on, George.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, and sort of like we haven't even mentioned it once. The scene on the rooftop, Ruby playing the piano.
Oh yeah,
fucking beautiful. That is so fun. Like again, it shows how important music is, not only to the world, but just like to individual people and how people have different reactions to music. You have one person crying, you have one person just soothingly dancing to it, you have another one just chuckling in happiness. It's so nice to have these scenes again. Oh my god, it's so nice.
Yep.
And just the fear on the Doctor's face when he hears the giggle, but in music form, is just I loved it. It's just the ha 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 ha. I love it.
Yep. The fact that they linked it to the giggle as well. Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, really good, really good. And Shooty's acting when, and I shared this on Twitter, it's doing quite well, as I said. Shooty showing Ruby the future. Not only did it remind me of, was it Genesis of the Daleks?
No, it's Pyramids of Mars.
Yeah, there you go, Pyramids of Mars. And it also reminded me of City of the Daleks, the game we played on stream.
Yes.
And Ruby sort of like, why am I not fading away?
And get some warmth into you.
Yeah, get some warmth into you. And it was also funny because that also took place in the same year as this. 1963, obviously, because
fascinating.
Obviously, first year of Doctor
Who. There was also the fact that it's like, Todder's Lane, I'm there with my granddaughter.
That's really cool. I really like that.
And then Ruby's like, you have a granddaughter?
Yeah, it's really cool to see. Like, it's nice to see the Doctor, because that's always been in Fear Her, that was referenced, the fact that the Doctor was a parent and had children, and it feels like since like. Only like once Moffat kind of mentioned that, like in Good Man Goes to War. It never really feels like we ever. Jodie didn't even fucking mention it once. I don't think. The fact that she was a parent once, that she had children and a family. It's just so it's nice to feel like that's going to be explored in this era. I'm so for it. Because I feel like that's a part of the Doctor that can garner so much potential. The way Russell has set it up here, I'm very intrigued about what he's going to do.
And
do you think Susan is returning?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I was just going to say, bouncing off Will again, is that obviously it makes more sense to have it be the Beatles because they're more iconic. But if this episode had Syd Barrett as a historical figure, and the reason why he makes psychedelic rock is because he looked into the time vortex, I would actually shit myself.
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously, like you mentioned, the scene of them hiding, and when it goes completely silent, fuck me, that was so good. That was one of my favorite scenes. So
Mm,
it's just like the eerie of nothingness, like the nothingness of sound. The
yeah.
sound of nothingness was just I loved it. So good. And then I think I liked the rest of the episode, but again, I feel the ending is very rushed. The music battle, I think, in concept is a neat idea, and I think the execution of it probably just wasn't quite there.
Well, it kind of
What I
reminded me.
think,
The music battle reminded me of anime, the anime I've seen anyway.
a little bit, yeah. It reminded me of Doctor Strange too.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like
Not as shit though.
well, you know what it
Not
made me
shit.
think of? It was like Dragon Ball Z, but gay. That's what I thought.
Gay Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. But I
The
thought it
thing
was
I would have, yeah.
fascinating that it was John Lennon and Paul McCartney that defeated the
Yeah, that was
celestial
really
body.
the way that all was done was kind of strange because he kind of just walks. I wish they had just a shot of him hearing something going on and then going to look because he kind of just appeared out of
Yeah.
nowhere. He was just around.
Also, as expected, George Harrison gets snubbed again for some reason people just don't actually
I
give him his credit.
And it's funny. Also, the beginning of City of the Daleks has Amy and Eleven talking about seeing the Beatles.
Yeah.
And then one line I always remember is the Doctor going, "What? Not Ringo? Why doesn't anybody want to meet Ringo?
I think for
There's no such
me,
thing as a sexy drummer."
I actually think that Ringo's more iconic for Thomas the Tank Engine in my life than his drumming in the Beatles.
Yeah. I think what I would have changed is that I would have had the musical be a part of the reason why Maestro was defeated. I think that would have been a better way to integrate the musical number.
Mm-hmm.
It feels a bit random and out of nowhere.
Yeah, what do we think about the time jump?
Not a fan.
Mm.
Really not a fan. 6 months is like I said, 6 months is way too fucking long. Like that's so much time for
Do
Ruby
you
to like
reckon
sort of have the whole world changed.
It would possibly. I mean, we have to see the rest of the season to really understand.
Sure.
But if this episode had happened later, maybe it would work better.
I think it would have. If it was just like episode like the 5th episode of the season.
Or here's an alternative, because it's 8 episodes, right? Is what it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
If it was 13 episodes and you stuck the rest of what is not there in between Space Babies and this. So you stuck the other 5, 4 or 5, I think it's 5 that would have been if it was 13, in between Space Babies and Devil's Court. Maybe.
Yeah. Possibly. I think the dynamic that between the Doctor and Ruby, I think with
the passengers told the Fat Controller that this was a bad railway. I fucking love that. Yeah, you're right though.
I think
you're right about George Harrison though, as Matt, because John Lennon and Paul McCartney, they have, when it comes to, writing memorable lyrics and singing and being the iconic figures, they have it more, but George Harrison, musically speaking, is the backbone of the Beatles for me. He really is what makes that band click musically.
Mm-hmm. What was your opinion, Connor, on Maestro as a villain?
I think they were really cool. One-off, unique. If this was a recurring villain, I don't think it would work as well. I think this is one you only do once.
Yeah.
The way that Maestro was the way that Maestro was one of the toy makers, associates was a really great integration. I think
like children, quote unquote,
what this performance does best for me is the physical action. That it really is the best part.
She is like very, very like her like body acting. I think is like,
well, as I said,
exactly what the character needed.
My favorite scene in the episode is when it goes silent And when it's all just visuals, the way she translates the acting is superb. And things
so
like,
just throwing like the bottle on the floor.
Yeah.
And it just that kind of stuff is right. She did a great performance in that scene.
Yeah. Yeah. And the tone of the show at the moment, it feels like it can fit a performance like this in. It feels more consistent than it would be. You remember what Alan Cumming was like in The Witchfinders? It felt very in conflict with the episode and the tone of the show. Because Series 11's tone was very dire, grey Sunday drama, and King James was very flirtatious and camp. Whereas here, everything about the show is like that. For the most part, anyway. So it kind of fit with the tone, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think, with how much they built up Maestro, that the ending was a bit flat with how they were defeated? I felt it was a bit flat.
I mean, if this was... you could have made this a 2-part story. Maybe.
Possibly. Because halfway through the episode, Shooty is very much like, I can't fight this thing. And then a couple of minutes later, they are. And I guess you could say there's no choice.
Yeah. Do you think maybe... because I've always argued that in RTD's first era, he had a pretty good track record, not just his episodes, but ones when guest writers did, big stakes. There seems to be more of an ability to justify having these stakes subverted at the end. So the way that they did it didn't seem to be so much of a push and a pull. Whereas with something like this and the Star Beast especially, I don't know if that kind of patching and justifying is as clean as it was back then.
Yeah.
The end of the Shakespeare Code is like that. It has world-ending stakes, but the way it's executed, I feel, makes it work within its historical context. It doesn't seem to not fulfill what it is. That's how I feel about that ending. This has a similar setup and a payoff, but as I say, I don't know if it quite manages to execute it as well as it could have.
Yeah. I feel like the ending for me feels, in concept, I think is fine. The execution, I feel like, is quite rushed. Like once they finally talk to Maestro, feels like the next sort of 10 minutes are very fast tracking to defeating them. And I feel like with the music battle, I feel like, again, in concept, cool idea, execution just isn't all there. Also, one thing I found very strange was the way they had Maestro say music battle. It just felt really out of place. Not only was it reversed, but also it sounded really strange, and just the line itself, I just felt was very out of it didn't really fit with the episode itself. Just them going music battle. It's just okay.
It was like something out of a video game, an arcade.
Yeah,
machine.
it does. It doesn't. It feels like something that Schindler would write a little bit.
I mean, a lot of this stuff was the way it was written. It felt more like a stage play than a TV episode.
At times, I felt that maybe was too out there. I think for me, it didn't really feel natural.
So what you're saying is you don't like drag queens because you're a massive transphobe.
Obviously.
Yeah. In terms
but
of
generally, I think Jinx's performance was really good. The only thing I would say is that when Maestro would yell is probably when I'm like, I don't really need that. I enjoyed them being a lot more like low at times quiet when it needed to be, and a lot more sinister. You
You know,
know, I prefer.
I think this is an epiphany I've had that because I've been to drag shows at clubs, right? And the difference there is you've got a room full of very loud, drunk people and loud music. And so yelling makes sense because you have to actually yell over everything else that's very loud. But when you're in a silent room and you're yelling, it's a bit different. And I'm not sure if that kind of acting works as well in a TV presentation as it does in a live atmosphere. You know, like an actual, you are in a room full of very loud, very drunk people screaming and having a good time and listening to loud music. That for me is one of the differences.
Yeah. Also, this is the first episode of the season where we had our first murder at the start of the episode. Quite brutal.
I actually that is something that has been quite nice about RTD too, is that he's not afraid to talk about death all the time.
Well, that was kind of the same with his first era.
It was. I mean, fucking Voyage of the Damned. Jesus Christ.
Death was a big part of Doctor Who. So
Voyage of the Damned had so many deaths.
How many deaths have we've had? Star Beast, was there like there were deaths of like the I can't remember what they were called, but the big insect bugs. The Wrath Warriors, was it?
Maybe.
They died. While Beyonder, the villains died, so that was kind of The Giggle, you had the staff that the Toymaker killed by throwing them off, which I thought was very good. Very good stuff. There wasn't any deaths in Church Ruby Road, I don't think.
Oh, apart from the the big Jabba the Hutt eating babies thing, and
ship. Again, that was the villain. And obviously no deaths in Space Babies. So this was sort of the first on-screen like casualty death of like a person, you know, if you get what I'm trying to say, which is like, yes, finally feels like that's,
you know, in Space Babies there wasn't anyone that did die, but it was talked about. The Doctor mentioned it very vividly.
Oh yeah,
said the babies will die.
Yeah.
In terms of what Asmat said, the oldest one and the one who waits, it's got to have something to do with that woman that lives next to Ruby's house, right?
I would imagine so. Because I did find Maestro as they were defeated, just going. It didn't really feel the same as my legions are coming. Them going. The one who waits is almost here. Felt very okay. I think that's Russell's. You know, that is his thing. I think that's going a little bit too far north. I think. I think that was a bit much.
It was very, as I say, Dragon Ball Z, but gay.
Yeah, probably. I think it was enough for Maestro to go the oldest one and trying to figure out who that is. No, he couldn't have been there. Because that's what they're referencing. Are they the same person? I'm not sure. There's a lot of setup at the moment.
One of my favorite one of those that Russell ever did was in Boomtown when they brought up Bad Wolf, and then the Doctor's like, "Nah, it's probably just a coincidence."
So good. Because that had been set up with the amount of times we've seen it at that point. Yeah.
Yep. And then the very next episode, it all goes tits south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about the musical number. We did a little bit.
Yep. Again,
I will say, I don't think the song is very good.
Yeah, they could have chosen a different song, I guess.
Is that a song that already exists?
I believe so.
There's always a twist at the end. Let me see. I don't think
it sounds familiar to me. They should have chosen Interstellar Overdrive by Pink Floyd and have everyone do acid. That would have been better. I
think that's an original song.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a bit disappointing if that's the case.
I see. Maybe it's by Murray Gold.
I would imagine so. Also, Murray Gold was in this episode.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was in the Next Time trailer as well, wasn't he?
Oh, was he?
Oh, no, sorry, no, you're right. No, he was at the end of this episode.
No, he was on the piano during the number.
Yeah, you're right. He was in this episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see him in a nice little suit.
Yep. He was also in The Voyage of the Damned, wasn't he? He was part of the band.
Oh, was he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's in Voyage of the Damned. I'm trying to remember if he's in Mummy and the Orient Express or not. I can't remember if he's part of that one.
But yeah, speaking of Murray Gold, though, the music in this episode, just in general, other than the musical number, was bloody great.
Yep, it was. Yeah.
Especially the scene when it actually was quiet and subtle during when they went back to 2024. I really enjoyed that.
What? Murray Gold doing subtlety? That's not possible.
No, he always has to make loud noises. Also, actually, what was your thoughts on the intentionally bad songs at the start? I love my dog. My dog is Fred. I love my dog. He's a dog.
Yeah, I definitely laughed. That was hilarious.
Yeah, that's very funny.
Yes, you're
I
right.
love you. You love me. We are two. We're not free.
I think you might be right that Dudley Simpson was in an episode, but I can't remember which one it was. It's got to be somewhere between season 2 and 17.
You know what I actually would have also liked? Because they at the beginning of the episode when they got into Abbey Road Studios, there was obviously a woman with a tea cart.
The Talons of Weng Chiang. He was a hall conductor.
Yep. Neat. One thing I wish they had done is shown the perception paper. During the bit where they send the woman off so they can get access to the whole because they're giving people tea. I think that would have been cool because the whole idea is that this is going to be new for new people who are watching it on Disney Plus and stuff. If you want to introduce things, I imagine that is going to be a thing.
God, imagine,
especially since Russell did bring it back in Star Beast.
Imagine if instead of the Beatles, it was Nicki Minaj.
Oh God!
So then you two could do that.
That'll be in 40-45.
Yeah, when Chris Chibnall comes back to do his second run.
Jesus, no! Imagine if that happened. Fucking hell!
It was really bad.
It was really bad. Yeah. But yeah, I enjoyed The Devil's Cord quite a lot.
I did, yeah.
I would say it's a high 6 out of 10.
I'll go. Let me just have a think. You keep talking.
I'm talking. Oh, actually, I just seen a tweet that the ratings were 2.6 and 2.4 overnight.
Okay.
That does not include the BBC iPlayer figures, obviously, because obviously it came out midnight the night before. I'd imagine it would probably be around a 4 or 5. I'd imagine.
I'm going to go with a 7 for Devil's Cord. I think.
All right.
I was thinking, is it good enough to be an 8? But nah, 7.
I don't think so. I think it's higher.
Not
quite.
I think
the highest I'll probably go is 7. At the moment, I've got it's a high 6, like a 6.5. Yeah. So, and then obviously next will be Boom next week.
Oh yeah, Stephen Moffat's return, the first time in 6 and a bit years. December
first time
2017.
Under Russell since 2008. I am very looking forward to it. I think it's going to be it's. I think it's going to be the story that we want. That is our style
Maybe.
with this Doctor and Ruby,
I don't know,
and I'm
man.
very
It's
looking
it's
forward.
hard to say because it's if you're talking classic Moffat, yes, but are you talking, you know, showrunner Moffat? I'm not so sure.
Oh, God. I don't. I think it is gonna be like a one off, and I think it's gonna be akin to a lot of his old stuff.
Well, apparently he's doing the Christmas special as well. Stephen Moffat.
Yeah,
That's
that
what.
that one I'm a bit more. I'm not sure how that's gonna go.
Doctor Will in the Wardrobe Part 2? Anyone?
No. Yeah, Moffat writing a Christmas special doesn't excite me. Writing a just a regular episode, yes, please.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I hope it's classic Moffat. That'd be nice. I
That
think
would be good.
it's been a few episodes since Wild Blue Yonder. I think it's maybe time we get something a bit more serious.
Mhm. I think it is going to be serious from how it looks so far.
Mm.
You got like the idea again, an idea for the Doctor in one place, stuck in one place for the whole episode. Oh, that's me. That's my. Got my lemons juicing,
Yeah,
squeezing those lemons.
absolutely, and it'll give Ruby a challenge.
Yes, and then the episode after that, obviously, is as we mentioned, 73 yards, which I think is going to be very Ruby heavy.
Who's writing 7-3 yards? Is it Russell?
Russell, yes.
Okay, good stuff.
And then after that, Dot and Bubble, which is also written by Russell. Then after that will be Rogue, which is written by the two writers from Loki, which I'm not that excited about because it's the writers from Loki.
Well, we'll
But
see.
hopefully, we'll hopefully
We'll see.
see if maybe they can
I mean, Russell T
pull out
Davies
the
is
bag.
is a known forensic script editor. He's like
Yes.
that. He plays operation. I mean, you know about how Russell T Davies rewrote 99% of the Impossible Planet Satan Pit script.
Mhm.
It was Matt Jones's idea to do that satanic alien outer space story, but Russell didn't like the script, rewrote pretty much all of it. And so, yeah, it's the same idea, but the story is almost entirely different in how it goes from when it was originally written. Still credited to Matt Jones, but it's really a Russell story. So it depends on how he receives the scripts that are given to him by those writers.
Yeah. Yeah. After that, though, will be the two-part finale: The Legend of Ruby Sunday and
Mm-hmm.
Empire of Death,
Yeah.
which I imagine. And I don't know if you have you seen the synopsis
Nope. Nope.
for those.
Nope.
I'm assuming you
I
don't want to know.
don't want to know. Nope. Don't care.
Okay. I know a thing about one of those episodes. Not obviously what it actually is, but what I'm expecting.
Yeah.
I'm expecting Legend of Ruby Sunday to be a very big episode.
Well, I mean, some reason when I hear those titles, I think of the Eighth Doctor two-parter, Lucy Miller to the Death, which I haven't listened to, but I know quite a bit about. I don't know like very specific details, but there's elements of those titles that are fascinating. But we'll see. I assume that the inevitable that something will happen at the church in the past in the plot. That's my guess
Mm-hmm.
because it's something the Doctor wants to avoid, but you just know it's going to come up.
It's coming, yeah. I do really like the fact that whenever her past is mentioned, it does snow. So it is an element that something supernatural is happening.
Mm, for sure.
Hmm. Do you think she? I think there's a theory going around that she might be related to the Doctor in some way. I'm not sure, but I
Uh,
wouldn't. I probably not a fan of that if that's the case.
well, you think the Doctor shagged her mum? Is that what you think?
No, there is one theory that I saw that that Russell is actually going to retcon the Timeless Child into being Susan instead.
Hmm.
I think Mr. TARDIS actually did that. I don't think it's the worst idea in the world, and it would fix a lot of problems.
I just think fucking leave it
But
alone.
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Just
That's the
leave it
sort of thing. It's
alone.
like probably leaving it alone is probably best.
The doctor relating to his companion by saying he's adopted, yeah, that's great. But apart from that, just leave it alone. Just move on. The trickster might come back. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Trickster would be very.
I know
good.
Jeb. I know Jeb has wanted Omega for many years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, I would say that. What would you say in terms of like the start? I'm assuming you think this is a decent start to this new era.
Yeah, it is. It is good. I don't. I'm not head over heels like Evie and Sky seem to be, and Jeb, but I do like this. I think Doctor Who at this point, possibly because of what's happened with Chibnall Who and how it's kind of damaged my perception of the show a bit. Doctor Who these days, especially New Who, is really, it's a show that I watch when it's on and I enjoy it. But I'm not really obsessed over Doctor Who like I once was. When I really dig into the history of it, especially with Classic Who, I can get that invested again temporarily. But it is no longer my every waking thought like it used to be. I'm much more obsessed with other things these days. But I will still watch the show and enjoy it when it's on.
Absolutely. I think my sort of perspective of it all is that, and I've said this many times, this show is going to be trying to rebuild trust. And that's what I feel like is very much on point here. I'm not expecting, like, as I mentioned with the viewing figures, I'm not expecting it to be massive numbers for a long while. Because the show, 5 years of damage takes its toll. Like, that is a lot of damage. So what this show is going to have to do is earn trust back with casual people.
Yeah. And the late Moffat era divided.
That doesn't happen overnight.
The late Moffat era divided opinion a lot. It was very divisive.
Yeah. Absolutely. So this is going to have to rebuild a lot of trust, and that is going to take time. That doesn't happen overnight.
I mean, it's going
to take multiple seasons.
It's in the prime red pillow position. It's on the front page of Disney Plus when it's airing. So it is in the right place where it needs to be. It has a big star in the show that people like. They are trying really hard. And that's nice to see.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'll say,
also, one thing I will say: next time trailers are back. Thank God.
Yeah, and they're not as spoilerific as they used to be, which I appreciate. I hate when they're spoilerific. Just a short teaser to make you have tension for the episode. I like, not something that's going to tell you what the episode organically should be building to.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
But I would say so far I am in positive position.
Yeah.
Overall. But room to improve, definitely.
Yeah, me and my old dinosaur brain would prefer it if the show was slower and longer, but
yeah.
That's me and how I am. I mean, it is difficult because I've recently been watching, Better Call Saul, which is a much more language show by comparison to Doctor Who, and I think that kind of storytelling pacing is something that really resonates with me because it lets everything soak properly. Doctor Who, once upon a time, was like that, but and sometimes it can be. I mean, Wild Blue Yonder was really well paced, but that's a minimalist story. I'm not saying going down the Classic Who elitist view of it being 45-minute syndrome, because I don't believe that is true. Because I think that you can actually create really well-told stories in that time frame, and I think it's been done before. In Russell's first era mainly, there are many examples of it being done really well. with a limited time frame. I suspect that they might be trying to capture the TikTok generation, which is just going to enjoy a different kind of storytelling that has a more of a dependency on dopamine than what I like. And if it's for them, that's fine by me. But just personally, from a creative satisfaction, if I was running the show, I would do it slightly differently. I would have the episodes be longer. I would allow the dramatic beats to be more fleshed out and have room to breathe and really allow the impact to set in on not only the characters in the story, but the people watching the show. And that's really what I would say, mainly. But the acting is superb. Most of the jokes are really funny. The show feels vibrant. It has energy, and it feels cool. It's not cringy like it used to be, in the way that Chris Chibnall made it really cringy. I don't feel embarrassed watching it. Weird stuff does happen in it, like, baby snot and like the big, queer dance at the end. But I don't feel embarrassed to watch this show in my living room with other people there.
No, yeah.
I can feel kind of proud of its weird quirks as opposed to before when I'm just sort of sitting there just like, oh God, this is bloody awful. So it's better than Chibnall Who, and it's better than a lot of the Moffat era for me, but I think there are things about it I would change.
Yeah. Which I think it definitely can in the future.
Yeah. And the next episode's written by a different person, so we'll see how that goes.
It's actually the first new writer.
The Moffat episodes he wrote in Russell's first era, the pacing in those are impeccable.
Absolutely, all of them are great.
Yeah, The Empty Child, The Girl in the Fireplace, Blink, and Silence in the Library.
I think this will comfortably. I will say, unless it just goes very, very wrong, I think this will comfortably be the best episode of the season so far, easily.
Yeah, it could certainly well be, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
I just hope that some of his tropes that I associate with his negative writing don't seep in, because that would really sour it.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is that the 4 stories he did in RTD's first run, they are all very immersive, and the drama is very well executed, and it allows the story to really breathe and soak everything in. So we've seen that Steven is capable of it, but then at the same time, you look at some of the stuff he did later, and his obsession with overstuffing the pudding does become a problem. So it just depends on which Moffat we get.
Hopefully the good kind.
Please don't have, just weird sexual dialogue that doesn't need to be there. That's my request.
Yes, please.
Because the last episode Moffat wrote for the show, we got bloody David Bradley threatened to smack Bill's bum, and I don't need that. Gotta go smack bottom. It's like something Walder Frey would say.
Button.
He thought he was being the first Doctor in the Dalek invasion of Earth, but it actually came across more like Walder Frey in Game of Thrones. I think
I thought that I would be younger.
I think Rob Stark married her for her tight fit. Yeah. That's such a fucking good episode. Oh boy, yeah. The Reigns of Castamere. So, are we ready for the main event? Are we done talking about the episodes?
It's time for the main event.
I almost forgot we were about to do this. So yeah, we've talked a bit about Chibnall Who. We've talked about RTD. Now we're going to talk about Steven Moffat, the man who's writing. Yeah, so next week we are hoping that we get some of the best of Moffat, right? But now we're gonna look at what is, in my opinion, depending on which part of it you talk about, but for a lot of it, the worst of Moffat.
Oh boy, is it?
Yep. We are going to be covering a video that was requested to us called, I think it's called 12 Clara Toxic Love or something like that.
Okay.
Toxic Love.
That feels like that's the name of a title on one of those like YouTube edits compilations.
There's multiple videos with the same name. There's one from 3 years ago, one from 10 months ago. Then there's another one called Mystery of Love. Lost on You. Addiction. Oh god, it's so pretentious. I think the one that we need to do is the one from 3 years ago, though. That's the one that people wanted us to do. I think it may have even been Richie that asked us. I can't remember which one it was. Maybe it was someone else. Not sure. But yeah, as I'm trying to sort out this link and everything, I mean, we've said it so many times before, but how do we feel about that title, 12 and Clara? Well, Clara and 12, Toxic Love.
You can have love between friends, but a lot of people seem to think there's some romantic elements between the two, and I don't know why.
Well, the actors said that there is.
Oh god.
Are we going death to the author on that one, or are we believing them?
Oh, definitely.
Guys, they had sex.
No, definitely not. Jesus Christ. They literally say in the first episode, Clara, I'm not your boyfriend.
Well, I mean, the 11th Doctor and Clara definitely had sex. We know that.
Well, the Doctor kept slapping her ass.
Yeah. I mean, is it some kind of intellectual love where it's like they have sex with their brains?
Jeez. Oh, I hope not.
You remember Will used to tweet all about how Clara pegs 12?
Oh god, yeah.
Because he's such a submissive. Especially in Series 9. He's a massive sub in Series 9.
Yeah. Can I get a link to the watch together?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Am I not mistaken in saying that some of the ecom folk quite like, well, not ecom anymore, but you know what I mean, our friends quite like Clara and 12? Is that correct?
I think they like Series 8.
I know Jeb likes Series 8.
Yeah. I haven't really talked to them about. I think we're in agreement on what the bad episodes are. Like,
definitely Hellbent, obviously.
Yeah, we've talked about it with Jeb many times. I think yeah, we haven't really talked about it in detail.
Well, I think Sky says she just really loves Jenna Coleman and Peter Capaldi. That's one of the biggest reasons.
They're good. Very good actors for sure.
Yeah.
Also, you posted the link to the episode, to the video on YouTube, and not the watch together.
I did what?
You posted the link to the YouTube video itself, and not the watch together.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I thought you meant I put it in the chat, like in the chat of the bloody. Anyway,
stream. No. Yeah.
Sorry, Watch Together has had a weird like change of present. What's it called?
Does that like every 5 months. It does that.
I don't know where the actual share thing is now.
It should be like on a person on the top right or something. Like it looks like a person. It's like
no. Oh wait, here we go. See. Yeah, invitation link. There we go.
Yeah, invite friends.
It's a tiny little square like in next to my user. It's very small.
There we go.
Yeah, you see next to the just under the video and above us, there's that tiny little square. That's what I had to press.
Yeah. Do 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 do. All right. Yeah, yeah, I guess in case people forget, we don't like Series 8 that much, and we really don't like Series 9.
Yeah, one of the biggest problems with Series 8 is that it comes right after Series 7 and does a big 180 and doesn't justify it. Despite
I love
being...
how Clara is very aware of how the Doctor regenerates and has been old and young. And then the next episode just flips the fuck out over it.
There's some pretty cool ideas what Moffat wanted to do in Series 8, but it comes out very weirdly. I think Series 8, in terms of characterization for the Doctor, is one of the weirdest out of all of them. It's very odd. It's very odd.
And of course, our boy Danny Pink, the best character.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think the characterization for the 12th Doctor in Series 8 is very odd, but Peter Capaldi as an actor is able to pull through and make it entertaining for a lot of it. Yeah, it's very odd, and I hate Death in Heaven a lot for these two.
It's trash. It is fucking awful.
Yeah. So
really, really bad.
Yeah.
Toxic Love. I imagine this is going to be talking about both season 8 and 9. I'd imagine.
You'd hope they talk about Series 7 at least a bit, because it's relevant.
Yeah, that's also important to why we think the characterization is more piss.
Well, a lot of this would work a lot better if Series 7 with Clara didn't exist, wouldn't it?
That's an interesting comment. I think the Doctor, rewatching Series 8, I think the Doctor should have been more forgiving of soldiers than ever, not less, since he had just come to terms with the War Doctor. That is interesting. Because he has a big dislike of Danny, like, immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
yeah. It's very strange. Feels quite forced. He's very massive dislike.
I've always found it so strange. He's asking, "Am I a good man?" And he literally just saved Gallifrey like a few episodes ago.
Tell me,
saved millions of lives.
And Clara says, "I don't know."
Yeah,
feels very forced.
It's
this sort of conflict within.
Yeah, it's this weird thing of like starting from scratch.
That feels like a thing that should have been done in Series 9 after a season.
Yeah, I mean, or you could just not save Gallifrey and then do this.
You also could just not do it.
Yeah, you could also just not do it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot about Series 8 and 9 that are just...
Oh, there's one other thing as well I forgot to mention. Matt Smith was supposed to be in Series 8 and then he opted out. I forgot to mention that.
And he said many times, I think, well, probably not many times, but he has said that he does regret that decision.
Yeah.
Imagine what Series 8 would have been with Matt Smith.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Do you think it would have been better or worse?
Well, if the theory about the time of the Doctor being a season, I'm not sure if I would have liked that, to be honest. Because the time
probably
of the
a fresh start for the show. Probably
the time of the Doctor is
unfortunately the season will.
The time of the Doctor is appallingly bad.
It's so shit. It's kind of like, it's just one of the shittest episodes to go under the radar of people. No one fucking talks about it anymore. No one.
Yeah, and also, there's also the chance that they wouldn't have cast Peter Capaldi as well after Series 8 if Matt had stayed. And Moffat also may have left.
Very true.
So, I'm not sure. Not sure what It would have changed a lot.
I feel Capaldi even just then just feels so wasted in these first 2 seasons.
Yeah, well, I think the root cause of the problem is just that Moffat made a lot of mistakes.
He made a lot of bad mistakes
with both Matt and Peter. So, it doesn't...
Absolutely.
That's kind of where I would point the root cause.
Yeah, the showrunner didn't do a good job.
Yeah. Because Russell T Davies got thrown under the bus by Chris Eccleston leaving early, but he managed to pick it up very quickly.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Yeah,
and made something out of it. Adaptation, some people can do it very well.
Yeah, I mean, series 2 is the sloppiest put together of the 4, but it's still really good. It's still really good and much better than a lot of what Stephen Moffat did, and certainly fucking miles better than anything Chris Chibnall did.
Oh boy, it's not even close.
Yeah. So he was handed that and still made something really memorable, something that a lot of people really enjoyed, that people, were buzzing about to watch every week. Remember the Army of Ghosts cliffhanger? How exciting that was.
Oh boy, everything.
Yep.
Got everything.
Anyway, yeah, I have had quite a few conversations over the years with many people about this topic. I have my views very vividly clear, how I feel about this dynamic. And it's been a while since I've really discussed these two. So it's going to be interesting going back, because I don't think I'm as invested in the argument as I used to be. But
no,
I also haven't changed my mind, though. So
definitely not.
Really fascinating. Now, I know this person. Let me see. Snez Hannah. She is, if I'm not mistaken, she's English second language. So there is some of that. Maybe there might be some grammar errors. I think I just say be a bit more forgiving about that. About that side of things, because, language is difficult to learn, let alone multiple. Anyway, shall we crack in?
Crack this egg open.
All right. Oh God, you just reminded me that Kill the Moon exists.
That's also an episode in this season.
The moon is an egg, Clara. The moon is an egg.
The moon is an egg, Morty.
Now you must decide for yourself, because I have no involvement.
Marty, the moon is an egg.
What was the Doctor doing during all that time? Is he just sitting in his TARDIS, like, playing his guitar, eating crisps? Watching pornography, as Stephen Moffat would put. Don't check my browser history.
I love that joke. It's so funny.
Anyway, let's watch Clara and 12 Toxic Love.
Clara, not my assistant. She's some other woman.
I'm his carer.
Yeah, my carer. She cares, so I don't have to.
Whether you love or hate Clara Oswald as a character, no one can deny that she is indeed a unique companion, both in terms of story and her dynamic with the Doctor.
I'd say she's unique in Series 8 and 9, not 7.
Yeah.
In Series 7...
the idea that she's unique in Series 7 is like...
She's uniquely shit in Series 7, I'll say that.
I guess, yeah, she was the first bad companion in the new series.
Yeah. Are we talking like mainstay companion?
Yeah.
Because I don't like River Song, to be honest.
Oh, I don't. She's like companion light. I mean like Rose, Martha, Donna, Amy, Rory.
Right. Yeah.
And I guess Captain Jack, but yeah, you get what I'm saying.
I'd say Amy and Rory are mixed, but they're not bad like Clara is.
Clara in Series 7, we've said this many times on many Edars in many videos, she's fucking dull.
Yeah, she has one good episode per character, and that is Rings of Akaten. Everything else, she's rubbish.
And even then, the ending is fucked.
Yes, that fucking leaf.
That fucking leaf. Fuck that leaf.
God, and the way that the romance of how her parents come together as well. It's the most cheesy fucking shit ever.
It's very cheesy.
It's like something out of a story where you would read when you're a baby.
It's like a fairy tale.
You know, this one leaf, or this one girl crossing this one road.
This leaf is the most important leaf in all the universe.
Oh, Jesus Christ, shut up.
All the days it had and all it could be and all the days that were not.
Look, romance is not meant to be that intense, guys. Come on.
No, it's got to be so romantic and otherworldly.
Ugh. No.
They met because of a fucking leaf. How fucking romantic is that?
I mean, if there's any pathway to toxic love, it's counting your infinite love for each other based on the fact that a leaf happened to fall on someone.
Did you know that Clara's mum fucking died?
How about, how about the fact that you have traits that complement each other, or that you're trustworthy, or that you're compatible? No, it's got to be a fucking leaf that fell on you.
Clara's mum dying was like a thing that happened, and they don't mention it after a couple.
Remember how there's a massive hole in her family at the Christmas dinner table, but instead they're laughing about sex jokes and pervy.
Do you remember how they don't appear ever again? Ever.
Oh, but Stephen Moffat's the greatest writer of all time. You don't understand.
He's the greatest writer who ever fucking lived.
He wrote deep themes about toxic love. Look at the way Capaldi's eyebrows are pointed down.
Made it that Clara's the reason the Doctor went into the academy.
Any time Capaldi makes an eyebrow movement, it should be painted and put in the Louvre.
Hang it in the Louvre.
That's how fans of this run speak.
Yeah.
Clara
is... Yeah, Clara's not a good character.
So, actually, I found something out recently about facial wrinkles and marks. The reason why people find it so attractive is because it allows you to express more of your feelings on your face. And Capaldi has lines on his face that help with his acting. It's one of the reasons why he's so expressive with all his small movements. Yeah. As opposed to space babies who can't express anything outside of very happy or very sad. Anyway.
Relationship with the Doctor is defined through and through by her own character. Unlike many of the companions we have met before, Clara has equal power to call the shots. She establishes that in her very first
appearance. That's kind of an issue that I have. And along with the fact that she doesn't have a personality. So it feels very strange.
Well, if you look at relationships in the past where companions get so much trust and, the Doctor has a lot of faith in them, it's usually because of a good reason. It's usually because he sees something in them that they have the ability to make good, make decisions that he could see or, be confident in. And the main issue with Clara is that I don't see why she's earned that trust. It's a little, it's just sort of there and it happens. Whereas with other companions, at first, it takes a bit of time for the Doctor to really figure out who they are. And then eventually they start becoming more independent on these travels. And that's when danger starts to creep on them. Sarah Jane's like that, Rose is like that. Donna is like that. And so you get that growth. And I just, with Clara, she has this ability to be independent like another Doctor in the TARDIS, if you will. But it's just sort of, it's conceptually there, but it's not really, I don't really see how this manifestation has happened with the Doctor. I don't really see why he's been able to give her this level of trust. That's the part that I find confusing. And a lot of people online will put it down to her achievements as opposed to the actual cause and effect. They'll list off her resume like it's a job interview.
Like having so much control within like the adventures that they have feels so unearned.
Also, she gets to be part of the title sequence in Death in Heaven, and it's really cringe.
I hate it so much. That's the fucking finale. What are you doing?
Appearance as Clara Oswald with 11 back in season 7.
Come back tomorrow. Ask me again.
Why?
Because tomorrow I might say yes.
And this tendency for an equal dynamic in the show continues until her last episode. Despite the fact that she was introduced and supposedly established with Matt Smith, the real challenge to her character and relationship with the Doctor and the most dramatic moments appear when 12, Peter Capaldi's Doctor, enters the picture.
It's true, but that's not really... I don't think the show meant for that to happen in a sense, because the reason we would probably say that is because there's just nothing between Smith and Coleman, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just because like Series 7 is just really bad. It's just
really dull, and there's no character. So once we actually get Clara to have a bit of a character, like she does in Series 8, it's like, okay, this feels like a different character.
Well, Series 7 is kind of like if Stephen Moffat wrote a Chibnall season. That's what it's like. It's so fucking
It's funny
awful.
because Chibnall wrote like a third of it.
Well, he wrote a good amount of the first, the 7A.
I think you mentioned this on a very old stream, but Chibnall was pretty much the showrunner for the first season, Series 7, Part 1.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, it just feels more to do with the fact that there wasn't much character between 11 and Clara at all.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because Series 8 has to piggyback off such a terrible start, and it's got so much work to do, and it doesn't do that work.
It has to pretty much deadlift it, pretty much.
Yeah, and it doesn't do that work. It just instantly tries to wipe the slate clean, and that's not how storytelling works, unfortunately. You can't just do that. You can't just Men in Black 3 the story and go, right, this is what we're doing now, let's forget last year. I know Moffat wanted to forget Series 7, but the fans didn't, the show didn't, and because of that, you're having to do this. So, yeah. You have to flush out all your germs. What is it? You have to flush out your germs with antibiotics before you can replenish yourself with probiotics. That's the way I'd put it. You know.
The 12th Doctor and Clara have one of the funniest and most energized chemistries between the Doctor and a companion, like Missy.
That's no. I think Rose and the Doctor are funnier.
I'm gonna good faith her and say subjective. That's the best thing I can say to that.
Yeah. But I would honestly just Donna and
I think it's I would say it's sometimes funny when the Doctor bullies Clara. That's what I will say.
Wow, Connor. You're just hating women, are you? You like it when they get made fun of.
You're short and your nose looks funny.
Yeah, I would just say Donna Doctor easily clears it.
I wouldn't say Jenna Coleman's a natural comedian either. It's not her strength.
No, I don't think. When I think of Clara, I don't think of anything like funny she said.
Jenna Coleman's strength, usually from what I've seen, is in much more serious drama. She's a bleak, dramatic actor.
She's a very good dramatic actor.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah,
I don't find her particularly like funny,
and she can do a really good bitch face as well as Bonnie.
Oh, definitely. We say that many times about Clara.
Yeah, yeah. You know, in stuff like The Cry, for example, she's really good in that because it's super, super dark, super bleak, super harrowing.
I hear that she's very good in The Sandman.
Yes, Neil Gaiman. And the other Neil Gaiman thing she was in was fucking awful, though. Bloody Nightmare in Silver.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Moffat. Not very good.
But, you know, if she thinks it's funny, then that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Hey-ho.
Noted, they're perfect for each other.
The control freak and the man who should never be controlled. You'd go to hell if she asked. And she would.
You know, I just realized something. Sometimes Michelle Gomez is acting, it's like she's drunk. That's what she she acts like a drunk person.
Yeah, a little bit. Especially in this episode. I think in this episode especially.
Death in Heaven, yeah. Like a drunk Scots lady.
I'm like a fucking drunk Scots lady.
Your wee Danny Pink is in a cyber suit.
Ain't that funny?
You want to have control of my army, Doctor? I want you to have it. That's my present to you.
He only wants my friend back.
I don't want it, Harvey, Missy. I just
don't want it. I'd never have.
I
don't want it, Missy.
Jon Snow,
never have.
He really is Jon Snow, isn't he?
You
are my
master. Clara. Clara, you are my queen. Khaleesi.
Maybe it is toxic love.
Both witty and extremely intelligent, they bounce off each other with ease and finally let Moffat's fantastical
I would say
machine gun
that their chemistry is better than Smith's and Jenna's.
Yeah. It's because
I do think they work better together.
I think it's because well, at least the way Smith was presented in the late of his run, a lot of his tendencies tend to create this sort of bubbly erraticness that they both share. I think with Capaldi, his much more subdued performance creates a contrast between them that has more tension, and that's more interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's that scene in The Snowman. I think we've talked about this many times.
What, Shane's favorite?
Jesus. That scene when on the rooftop before they go up the ladder. The dialogue, everyone always says, and not so much anymore because no one really fucking talks about that whole era of the show anymore. But I remember loads of people will always say about that scene that there's so much chemistry when really it's just really fastly paced dialogue. And a lot of people confuse that for chemistry.
Well, the reason why they say chemistry is because you got two people who are acting the same way. That's what they mean.
Yeah, exactly.
You got two people who are mirroring each other's energy.
Like we talked about it many times, but I think the chemistry between Ncuti and Millie is like genuine.
Yeah, well, the chemistry they have is two people who are slightly different, but they match each other in ways that complement. Exactly. As opposed to having two people who act exactly the same way, which is what Smith and Clara are like. It's fucking strange how weirdly different early and late Smith stuff is. Like, it's just bizarre. It's like a whole different show. It's weird. Even within just over 2 years, how much it changed. Anyway, so Capaldi's more subdued Doctor means that there is tension between them, which allows for more of that dynamic to exist. And as an actress, she's more challenged by him, and that brings out more of her range. Whereas with Smith, that was not the case.
Justified and brought beautifully to life these amazing actors. It is also with 12 that Clara arguably gets a real personality. From a plot device in season 7, she transforms into a fully fledged character in season.
I wouldn't say
fully fledged is a bit of a stretch, I would say.
There's certainly more to talk about. I'll say
there's more to talk about, and I think actually I will say in Face the Raven as well. I think there's a character there, definitely.
For sure.
But pretty much all of Series 8 and kind of a bit of Series 9, I don't think she's fully fledged.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff they try to do with her character. A lot of it's quite jumbled, and it doesn't cohesively piece together. But there is a bulk output from Moffat to attempt to create a character out of her in Series 8 and 9. With 7, like she said, plot device, hardly any characteristics, very bland, just fucking atrocious, really. It's an improvement.
8 and 9. Both
Sound
Clara and 12 grow and change together, influencing each other. And it is this dynamic and this character journey that gives these seasons the dramatic edge that makes them so compelling to watch. Clara is one of my favorite companions on the show, and in my opinion, her relationship with 12 is one of the best written character dramas. In this video essay, I'm going to analyze their relationship with all the ups and downs, the borderline toxic obsession with one another, how they both manage to make each other better and worse at the same time, and why their ending perfectly summarizes everything about these characters and their dynamic. I also feel the need to say that by expressing my love for this particular story and Clara, I am in no way trashing other companions and relationships on the show. I love Doctor Who, and the story of Clara and 12 touched me so much that I decided to make a video about them, but I'm not saying that other companions and their dynamics are less important. Perhaps if you're not a fan.
Well, you should trash River Song, because River Song shit.
Yeah, exactly. River Song is also very shit. So,
have you seen Let's Kill Hitler? Oh, that's bloody awful.
And of Clara, this video will help you see her and Peter Capaldi's Doctor in a different light. Either way, like this video and prepare for an intense emotional ride.
here we go.
Thingy. They're not me one. They ask.
I do think
Like I already
Capaldi's
said,
performance
the
in this
character
scene is
Clara-
very good.
Yeah, he's very funny when he's being sardonic.
Yeah, when he's like being very confused.
And actually, in establishing him as an alien, and that side of him, it's almost there's an element of Tom Baker's Doctor there where he describes people in strange ways. Well, that's what you are. You're a thingy. I can imagine Tom saying that about one of his companions. He's like, "Yes, thingy, come over here. My name is Sarah." Oh yes, of course. Can you pass me that?
Was supposedly established in season 7, but however good the chemistry between Clara and 11 was, the focus
like I
of the
said.
season was never on their relationship, but on the mystery of the impossible girl.
Ah,
which
she should have
inevitably
stayed.
detached the audience from her actual character.
Victoria and Clara should have stayed.
Oh, the impossible girl in the Impossible series.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize this. I never. Why have I forgotten this shot of Clara being there for Silence in the Library?
Yeah.
Why? I feel like I've blocked this from my mind.
Well, it's a very strange finale with a lot of green screen. That's why.
Yeah. Nice to see 10 though. But yeah, it's just. I've completely forgot this image existed.
Unfortunately, the plot was very wonky in the first place. To quote a friend, the impossible
Agreed.
thing with the impossible girl is that it is impossible to remember what the fuck was going on with her.
Yup,
Agreed.
that's true.
Oh wow, I actually fully agree.
Yeah.
It's a shit episode and a shit arc.
Name of the Doctor is one of the weirdest episodes of Doctor Who. It's bizarre.
The fucking opening is just, oh god.
It's really
please stop.
strange. You know, there's actually.
I was born to save the Doctor.
I will say there is I like the fact that in the Doctor's head, Daleks is a swear word for someone. Like, he's like, those little Daleks.
Oh god, that reminds me of like the nanny filter in Space Babies when she kept trying to swear. I think the one time was funny.
I was thinking, was she gonna pull up any Classic Who? But then I guess the name of the Doctor has Classic Who in it.
Yeah.
I assume, I don't know if Snez Hannah has watched Classic Who or not. I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know.
But this is Dragonfire, which I've covered on Worst of Classic Who, and this cliffhanger is fucking...
Oh my! The image I have is Clara falling through the impossible girl vortex.
Oh right, I've got Sylvester McCoy hanging from his umbrella.
Yeah. Dragonfire.
That's a weird story.
What a great cliffhanger.
Why? They completely cut the scene that explains why he does that.
And once this shtick was over, Clara was finally given a chance to be a real person. I believe Deep Breath is a great starter episode, both for Peter Capaldi's Doctor and new Clara. It perfectly sets the tone for future episodes, possible character development, and Doctor-companion dynamic. First of all,
the issue, though, is that it's a complete 180 on the previous episode. Because it doesn't really... It's very forced. Her sort of reaction to her initial, like... not disdain, that's not the right word, but... hesitance with this new Doctor because he's old and different. Again, we talk about this a lot. She met John Hurt, the War Doctor, and while she might not have the full memory of every life she's had, I don't think she definitely doesn't, but she's fully aware that the Doctor's face, like, that is very much something that happened.
I guess maybe someone would say
You're the 11th Doctor.
Someone would say to that, they would say, "Oh, but that wasn't her Doctor. Matt Smith was her Doctor," you know.
But then that also doesn't work when there was no chemistry between the two that that this person even admitted.
Yeah, that is a very good point.
Even within the narrative, it doesn't work.
It is forced.
Yeah, it's forced on both sides, in both what is established and also the fact that there was nothing between 11 and Clara.
Yeah, and they
except that Clara fancied him.
I suspect that what Moffat's trying to do is kind of like what they do with Power of the Daleks, except there's only one companion instead of two, and he's trying to do the Ben Jackson's thing of like, oh, I'm not sure if I can trust this person and who they are, because it's not the person I recognize, and doing that with the intention of the fact that the idea is that people in the audience will reject 12. That's why they have the phone call scene. To be like, hey, the previous Doctor says you can trust this guy, which actually kind of just makes it worse, to be honest. It kind of points it out. It makes the issue more glaring as opposed to just sort of confidently striding forward. Yeah. What this dynamic does do, though, that I have heard pointed out to me a few years ago, is actually a really good trans allegory in this, because the Doctor is finding it really difficult that someone that they really care about can't see them because of how they've changed.
Because they've transitioned, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice thing that they did here. But in terms of the internal relationship between these two, it's a very forced thing they've done that contradicts what came before, and works only as a clean slate, not as a continuation of who these people are that we know. And that's really the issue, is the continuity of the show and how these characters are informed by it.
Well, the Doctor playfully insults her right off the bat.
You know that I speak dinosaur.
He's not Clara. I'm Clara.
Well, you're very similar heights. Maybe you should wear labels.
Something that continues to be a theme throughout.
How do I look?
Sort of short and roundish, but with a good personality, which is the main thing.
I meant my clothes, I just changed.
Oh, good for you. Still making an effort.
Look at me.
I feel like these are the actual scenes that are actually funny from this season.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Why is your face so coloured in? From the date guy.
Well, because it's PG Malcolm Tucker, isn't it? It's like toned down Malcolm Tucker.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's one of the things they got rid of a lot of that.
This is only a thing in this season. It's not a part of the next season, pretty much.
Yeah, they got rid of most of it in Series 9, and they brought it back a little bit in Series 10 with Nardole. But
that's sort of different, really.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
Yeah, because with Matt Lucas, it's not as serious. It's just like, oh, you can't say
Nardole
that
was
to me.
Silly.
Whereas Clara actually takes it kind of
I
personally.
have the strict permission of kicking your ass.
Yeah, whereas Clara kind of takes it a bit more personally than Nardole.
Yeah. You'd think at some point she would just be like, I'm not going to ask.
Yeah, and again, I've said this so many times. These scenes are so much better because Peter Capaldi is the one in them. He makes
if it was literally anybody else, it'd be fucking really
it's
bad.
because he's a really funny guy, and he can make it fun.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
It's too. Aye. It's too late. You've taken your makeup off.
No, I haven't. I'm still wearing my makeup.
Right away, you see that they're a perfect pairing, matching in terms of wit, intelligence, and curiosity about the world.
Those scenes are very few and far between, though. They're not in every scene, and it's not. It's like it's not a part of the whole story. It's like if those were the scenes, I'm like, yeah, we agree. Those scenes are.
Yeah, you kind of
fun,
cherry picked.
But it's
nice
very
moments.
much. That's not the whole episode. There is the actual episodes with their plots and characters that are like kind of dire for the most part.
Yeah,
and like there are. It's like moments in. It's like Haunting Villa Vedati a bit, where there are a lot of really great moments in it that I can cherry pick, but the overall season is just like so much dry drizzle. Even though with that, you know.
Oh
like
yeah,
the cherry
mate! Look at my laser shoes.
Oh god, Spiral. Like, yeah. I think that's probably more extreme because there's less of that in the whole season. But here, it's like, yeah, there are funny moments.
Well, I mean,
I don't think that makes them.
You're trying to say that Chris Chibnall attempting to do fun, silly banter is not successful?
No, he actively fails at it almost every time, if not all the time. Like this, it's like. I don't think this makes them a great duo.
There's a few
funny.
nice,
These scenes that we've been shown are funny, but it's not the whole season.
There's a few moments that show off their dynamic that are entertaining.
I wouldn't then say great chemistry.
No, there's a lot more to character.
Considering he's an
than
A,
that.
at least, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot. It runs deeper, really, and that's something that. She actively said earlier in the video is that this dynamic is a lot deeper than the previous one. So you should really show that, because what they're showing here is kind of
Isn't an
akin to.
element. It's more of an element.
Well, it would be as effective as showing clips from Series 7 that are similar.
Yeah, that they're very like whimsical and like adventurous.
Yeah, and you need to show more of it. You need to explain it in further detail.
Yeah, not like. I feel like aren't like most of those are like from like the early episodes as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the second half of the season, that's not really a thing.
I mean, if you want to go on the early episodes into the Dalek, you go show that scene where she slaps him. That's a big scene for those characters. That happens early on, and it's just as important, if not more so, than the funny banter, right?
Yeah.
To one-up each other in future seasons. Not only do they fit together well, they also obviously need each other. Clara's mystery pixie girl veil is lifted and her real emotion and negative traits revealed to us. No, she's not a Mary Sue.
It's
and
not
perfect.
Oh,
the Doctor, on the other hand, does not.
My issue is that she says it's been unveiled, but that's sort of my issue. It's sort of like it's new. It's something completely different that's not been built to at all.
Yeah, it's almost telling a meta narrative about her character and saying, "Oh,
yeah,
she has traits
describing
now."
it as like she's had traits now, and sort of like, and I appreciate that. Finally, she has a bit of character, but then what they're actually doing feels really forced because it doesn't fit with what's come previously, like fully. So when you're there was very little in Series 7, but there's key points that you can transition well enough into this, which I don't think they do at all.
Remember how she was a nanny and then immediately became a teacher in the Day of the Doctor just out of nowhere?
Yeah, there's no real like anything to do with that. It just sort of happens. No real mental. I doubt there was any. There might have been, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was no mention that she decided to change jobs in any capacity.
I haven't watched the Day of the Doctor in years. I don't know if it's in that episode.
I think she just is a teacher at the beginning of that story.
Yep.
No mention of the kid she was nannying at all.
There's no period of time where she's a teacher.
They're not even in the school. Imagine they were in the school. I know they're annoying, like bloody hell. But imagine they were actually in the school that she taught.
Yeah, well, there's no, as I was gonna say, there was no period of her being a teacher aide or a student teacher. Nothing about her study. Nothing at all. She just becomes a teacher.
She wasn't like learning to be a teacher while she's being a nanny. There was no real And I've always said this. Imagine her reasoning for traveling was because she wanted to be a teacher and inspire children.
Or maybe,
Probably
you know, she was struggling
character.
to pass or struggling to ace her studies. She needed to get certain grades to get into Coal Hill, and by spending so much time in the TARDIS, she has unlimited freedom to really learn, and then is able to really pass those tests. But you know, Series 7 doing that would have been why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Not yet know who he is, but poses the question that will define the whole of Season 8. Is he a good man? And he will rely on Clara to guide him.
Why does he say that,
She knows him
though?
best out of all.
That's the big thing. Why does he say that? Is it literally because just of the elements in Deep Breath that sort of just come out of nowhere?
Yep. That's it.
It feels very forced. Doesn't feel very natural to the previous season.
Not only saved Gallifrey, but then saved the town called Christmas for so many years. So many years.
Tell me, Clara, am I a good man?
Yeah, because
yes,
there was,
Doctor, you are.
because there was that one moment where he killed a half robot, half man.
It's this scene that's I'm seeing right now. Clara saying, "I don't think I know who you are anymore." It's like, what? Feels so out of nowhere.
Yep.
Feels so forced.
Like this all just happened in one episode. Just completely changed.
It's a complete 180.
Yeah.
Like this scene that we are seeing right now should have been halfway through the season. That should have been the fucking conflict where that fucking scene in Kill the Moon is. That's where the conflict should have been. Not her fucking breaking down as she does because the Doctor forced her to make a decision on her planet that isn't his. Such a fucking stupid scene. I hate it.
Yeah, well, that whole episode can get in the dump. Get in the bin.
This scene that we're seeing right now of her going, I don't know who you are anymore. That should come halfway through the fucking season. You build to that through the actions of the Doctor.
They'd spend some time together, and then she'd suddenly kind of realize, why is this so different?
Yeah, maybe episode 4. Like, you have 3 episodes. You have the opening episode, and then 2 adventures. Episode 4 is then you've changed a lot, Doctor. Like, I don't really know who you are anymore. You're very like unsympathetic to people. You're very blunt. And even to me, like we've been traveling for a while, and you're treating me not.
You've allowed people
kind of poorly. Yeah,
you've allowed people to die, and you've walked away without even thinking or talking about it.
Not even blinking an eye. Yeah.
Yep.
Imagine how good that fucking scene would be halfway through the season. Fucking hell.
Yep.
That'd be so interesting. Of a naturally built Doctor who's like, this Doctor is quite blunt, and then through a couple of episodes, Clara finally speaks up about it. Man, would have been really cool, but no. Episode 1, right off the bat. No build up. We can't do that here.
Interestingly enough, 12 also spells out the dynamic shift from 11.
Clara, I'm not your boyfriend.
Signaling that this will be different from the flirty, fanfic-feeding banter Clara used to have. The flower.
No! Don't show that!
Thank fuck for that.
They were both. He was naked in that scene, by the way.
Yeah. This is
such a fucking awful scene.
This is my Swedish boyfriend.
God.
Stupid episode.
Should I also put the protection onto their cortexes?
God.
It makes things a little bit less awkward.
Oh, Jesus. Why isn't Matt Smith in your top 3? He's obviously one of the best. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because some of it's really...
I like Smith a lot. I like Smith a lot in Series 5.
Maybe it's because some of the writing is really bad.
It's really shit.
I'm actually looking forward to when we get to House of the Dragon, because I can actually be like, see, I can actually praise Matt Smith. You just just remove Stephen Moffat and you'll see me talk about him.
What, are you saying he wasn't praiseworthy in Morbius? I've not even seen Morbius, but yeah. I think we talked about this in private, but thank fuck he's in something seemingly, we haven't seen it obviously, but thank fuck he's in seemingly something like good that he can get his teeth into.
Yeah, well, he was Prince Philip in The Crown as well, and that was also highly praised. But I'm not going to review The Crown because I don't care. I don't want to watch real royal fiction. I want to watch George Martin's fantasy royal fiction, where it's like got dragons and blood and like really awful people. That's more interesting. A fantasy retelling of real fiction is much more interesting to me than an actual historical drama about the Crown of England.
Getting to know period is over. These two are now equals with a responsibility and a duty of care for one another.
I was just gonna say,
duty of care.
Do you think Daemon Targaryen is a better character than Prince Philip?
There's only one way to find out. Fight.
I think Prince Philip was very contrived.
He was very consistent season to season.
Yeah.
This is going to get much deeper, but all the same, much more fun. I already mentioned that their chemistry.
I don't find it that fun, to be honest. I think it's quite depressing at times, especially the scene I mentioned earlier, the Kill the Moon scene. I find that quite depressing.
Yeah, I mean there are a couple of misfits, aren't they? I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want fun, I think Shooty and Millie Gibson are fun. I think they're more fun than these two, just personally. Obviously, David Tennant and Catherine Tate is the epitome of fun dynamic. I find this sort of dynamic to be just a little bit awkward. Maybe some people relate to them more. They relate to these kind of people dynamic more than, say, the others, but especially when you add Danny Pink into the equation, it just becomes really strange.
Yeah.
The dialogue between Clara and 12 is so fucking funny.
Clara, could you fetch me the dead one?
Maybe I could fetch you a cup of tea while I'm at it.
Oh. Yes, and a punch in the face too.
No, very next suggestion.
Fair enough.
You can feel their banter is genuine.
Yeah, that's kind of how I talk to my friends at work, but a bit more like aggressive.
Yeah. Yes, and a punch to the face as well. Wow, that's it.
Do you think maybe this kind of dialogue would work if the show wasn't for families? Like if it was just a bit more honest?
Yeah, and a punch in the fucking face, I guess. Possibly.
And the actors are having so much fun with their lines. While Moffat's writing is often validly criticized, in my opinion, he writes one of the best
good thing showing Hellbent there.
And his style works really well with passionate geniuses like Clara and 12.
What's that?
It's a scanner. I'm scanning. Why do I keep you around?
Because the alternative would be developing a conscience of your own. Scanning for what?
I used to have a teacher exactly like you.
You still do. Pay attention.
Each line is said in characters.
Okay, that line I'm not a fan of. It's like,
Well, again, I just want to point out the overall thing here is she's really honing in on these
individual moments,
witty banter moments, as opposed to the actual deep stuff, the really important.
And I imagine eventually she'll get to that scene in Kill the Moon. But yeah, it's like these some are funny, some aren't. It's just sort of like the constant is they crack jokes with each other, where Capaldi is a bit more blunt and Clara is like, you're being a bit of a twat.
Yeah.
And it's kind of eventually it's like, yeah, sure. Like that one, I'm more a fan of how Capaldi acted compared to Clara. I think him going, I just had a teacher that was exactly like you. I'm like, I don't think that's something you would say.
And voice, and beside plot information, it carries their individual traits, their familiarity, and genuine care for one another. Their dialogue, whether funny, expositional, or emotional, usually bears levels of history, trust, and genuine emotion.
But why does it have that?
Yeah, you're just because they have witty dialogue, Connor.
Why do they have that trust in that history?
That's the only real thing she's shown is the fact that they have funny dialogue back and forth.
Tell me why,
Clara...
without giving me a resume, a checklist of all their achievements they've done together in the previous year, why is that trust there? That's the part that I don't get. I don't get what the organic foundation of this relationship is. It just sort of exists.
Like when she says all that, I don't believe it because I've seen it and I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Believe that these characters have traveled together.
A lot of these scenes would work a lot better if Series 7 was good, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would certainly improve it by like bajillion.
For a long time off screen and have come to care for each other deeply. Their words are often...
See, that's the sort of thing I referenced earlier with the gap between Church on Ruby Road and Devil's Chords. That they say, we can tell that they've been having many adventures off screen together. And I'm just sort of like... I would like to fucking see the moments where they actually bond in a way that makes me buy it. Rather than being told or something like, "There's obviously they've had many adventures off screen together, and we don't see that development."
Well, as an audience member, isn't actually experiencing that bond as being the third party. Isn't that part of the fun of the show? Is being able to see those moments where they connect more. You know, you want to feel included as part of that growth.
Are often coded in meanings which you don't see during first viewing, like the tip of the iceberg. You come to realize that there's so much more underneath, but only after you've collided with it and got hurt, as is the case if you get too invested in their story. And the story is extremely tragic. The truth is, they're both very complicated people. Like Missy said, the control freak and the man who should never be
complicated, or like I don't just fucking understand them. There's nothing to it.
I mean, they have complicated emotions in terms of the way they react to things.
Humans, yes. Humans have complicated emotions. As we know, humans can think two things completely different at the same time.
Mm.
Two things at once.
Equally strong-willed people collide, there's bound to be drama. And this character drama is what drives Season 8 and 9, despite largely lackluster season arcs. The reason why tensions are so high between Clara and the Doctor is that they're presented as equals in the TARDIS, something that unfortunately has not been seen in New Who up to that dynamic.
I think there's sort of a reason for that, because it doesn't really make sense. And the reason I say that is because of the character. The character of Clara feels, especially coming from Series 7, I don't believe at all that she would so quickly become an equal to the Doctor. In terms of like power in conversations.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that for a second. So when these scenes come up, it's sort of like, what are we doing? It feels like we're forcing her again, and we say this a lot about Clara. She's forced onto a pedestal that isn't earned.
Yeah. And
it just becomes like insanely jarring.
I also think that there is this misconception about a balancing act between a companion and the Doctor as a character. What I think Stephen Moffat misses here, and what some fans miss, is that, yeah, okay, the idea of balancing a companion and the Doctor in terms of their significance within the story is fine, but you have to understand that the TARDIS is his property, it's his home, and it's his boundaries to set. People are invited on as part of his adventure, but it's not their property. And, you know, you might, in this instance, because we haven't obviously got 13 yet, but you might say, well, the attempt here is to try and make the male-female dynamic feel equal. It's like, yes, you can do that in itself, but when it comes to something like the TARDIS, like the traveling, this specific part of the story, it is still the Doctor's property. It's still his home. And I remember Jay said this about Ten and Martha as well. It's like, he sets the boundaries for his TARDIS. It's his own thing. You shouldn't expect him to bend over backwards for Martha just because she's a woman.
That fucking Who Culture video, like, not how closed off the Doctor was to Martha, not openly inviting him to the TARDIS for like so long and stuff. I remember that video.
You know, 10 and 12 respecting Martha and Clara for being a woman is fine. That's not a problem. It's just you can't expect them to bend over backwards and let them walk all over them and their property just because they are a woman. You know, that's unrealistic.
Yeah.
You're asking too much of the companion in that regard.
Especially when this is a creature that's lived for thousands of fucking years.
Yeah. So I don't think it's a bad thing for the Doctor to have more power over the TARDIS than his companion, because it's his own fucking house.
Yeah. It's the only thing he has left of his... At this point with Capaldi, obviously Gallifrey's been saved.
Yeah.
But he still can't talk to Time Lords or interact with them in any
like, you know, the companion being on the TARDIS for the most part in the show is a privilege to them, really.
Yeah, and I like when that's presented that way. Like in Series 1, when we think about Father's Day, and his sort of conversation with Rose, talking about, when I said space machine, you said no. Then I said time machine. And it's sort of that break of the privilege that Rose has.
Mm-hmm.
I really just like that scene in general, which is so good.
Yes. So again,
I did it again. Another stupid ape.
Now I will say, you know, the title is supposed to be Toxic Love. A lack of boundaries could create that, but it's not organically, fundamentally created within these characters. It doesn't. That part of it isn't the focus, and it should be, but it isn't. If you told a story about the Doctor being so mesmerized with his companion that he allows his companion to walk all over him and gain control of his house, that could be a really interesting story, but that's not really how the story is told.
Doctor comes to Clara for help first in the Good Man storyline.
Gotta be my pal.
Be my pal.
My good man.
He evidently trusts her judgment, and for her to know what the Doctor should
Why?
do most.
It's sort of like, I get that the whole idea of Deep Breath in the ending was to be very vague on whether he pushed the guy out of the TARDIS. That's not enough, really, for me to say, like, or to believe that that's something the Doctor would be grappling with.
So
it's not really enough.
The thing with the Clara intelligence part, I'm always asking why with this. He trusts her judgment. I say why? Because he thinks she's really smart and makes good decisions and good calls that are different to what he'd think. Okay, why is she like that? What makes her like this? Do we know?
Not really.
No. There's nothing really in her backstory.
She is just sort of really intelligent.
Yeah. She's seen a lot of things. She's done some things.
In comparison to Series 7, like, it feels very jarring.
I don't have this indicator to tell me why the Doctor really sees this in her. What about Clara makes it that she is such a person that he can trust her judgment? Like, what is the what is the sort of the inciting incident, the root of that feeling that he has, that thought?
Clara is also expected to carry emotional labor.
I just got a tweet. I just got a quote tweet on the post I posted the other day from that clip saying, right, because the 13th Doctor wasn't also high energy but serious when needed. Brother, that exclusively almost never happened.
Unlikable persona, even though in some cases he comes off as an outright asshole.
I'm very sorry for your loss. I'll do all I can to solve the death of your friend.
This scene is shit.
To be fair, a lot of previous doctors needed a companion, usually a human companion, to ground them and make them better. One great example of this was Tennant's Time Lord.
It's not the same thing. The Tenant Time Lord is not the same as Capaldi being socially unaware.
Yeah,
it's not the same ballpark.
Because the under the lake scene makes him look like a stupid idiot.
Yeah, I hate it. The cue cards, Jay's gone over it, and yeah, I don't like it at all.
There's this very strange misconception I think some people have about the Doctor, and I think it stems from how they interpret the Fourth Doctor specifically. There's this strange idea that the Fourth Doctor is a socially inept spaz, and he isn't. He's not like that. It's very obvious to me that Tom Baker's Doctor is like that because he doesn't care what people think.
Yeah, he never cared.
Yeah, he's not like an unconfident, awkward person. He's very confident. He just acts the way he acts because that's who he wants to be. That's who he feels comfortable being. It's his idiosyncratic personality, but it doesn't make him a socially inept person. It doesn't make him really strangely misunderstanding of how to communicate. That's not who he is. This sort of thing starts, I think, unless I'm mistaken, it starts really with the 11th Doctor when Moffat started to do that sort of thing. Probably one of the earliest examples is The Lodger. Maybe it's a little bit earlier than that, but that's the earliest I could think of. And I don't know why Moffat did that, and I don't know why Chibnall continued to do it. Because it's really...
no clue.
It's really weird and makes... It just doesn't work. I don't think it works. I mean, he might think it makes him relatable to awkward fans of the show that are also socially inept, but I just don't think the Doctor being like that specifically is a good idea. It just doesn't really fit. And that's why I'm really happy that Ncuti's not like that. He's not a socially inept person.
Victorious when he absolutely flew off the handle without Donna. The truth is, despite 12's supposed reputation of the Dark Doctor initially, he's not actually a dark or problematic Doctor at all. Yes, he can be very cruel, but which Doctor was not? I mean, we're talking about a man who tried to teach Missy to be good. This is the loveliest man in the universe. He can be mean, grumpy, and absolutely tone-deaf in social situations, but when it comes to saving people, he does not sugarcoat the danger or show teary-eyed neglect like the 10th Doctor did. His superficial heartlessness is the show he puts on for other people he doesn't like. Throughout his run, 12 is given plenty of weapons and supreme power that would be dangerous in the wrong hands, but he always vocally refuses to use them. Well, unless Clara is involved, then he's very much tempted to tear the world apart.
And that's the issue. And that's the big underlying issue. Why? It's not earned in any way.
Yeah, it's always the why. It's always the why with Moffat.
Why is it Clara compared to any other companion? Is it literally because Moffat wanted that way? Is it because of the fucking hybrid?
The hybrid.
The fucking hybrid. Yeah, like it's like these are things a part of Capaldi's character. Are like, yeah, they're there. I don't think that makes him a strong character. I think he's fine.
Strong ideas. But the
fine
why,
character, very good actor.
It's the why. The why is always the tricky part.
Why? Because it's a toxic relationship, Connor, and he's addicted.
She's a drug.
See how much he depends on Clara to bring him to reality and remind him to be a good man, even though...
You know what, it was funny, the fact that she'd mentioned before that the companions often do this, like with Donna to 10, clear from the visuals, and what was the previous one she showed? It was another
11
one.
and Amy, I guess.
11 Amy. Well, you're just that sort of thing. So there's very similar in that regard, but then with Clara, it's different for some reason where that's not really earned. Yeah.
Is what he has always been, but this relationship often works both ways. Clara cannot be the only one to carry the morals of the group. At some point, 12 has to face how much of a destructive influence on Clara he has been and judge how good of a person Clara is.
You were an exceptional doctor, Clara.
Thank you.
Goodness had nothing to do with it.
While the doctor was pondering whether he's a good doctor, Clara was asking the question of how far she could go in order to actually become the doctor, testing and crossing the line countless times. The show itself has toyed and teased us with this idea for ages, and they even replaced Capaldi's eyes with Jenna's in the open.
I hate it. It feels again cringe. It feels really cringe. The only time it actually like sort of works is Flatline.
It does, yeah.
Because she's making fun of him.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But then she does actually want to become the Doctor addictively.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Yeah. Again, as I said before, it's the why. Why do we want this?
Why? Because these are things that are happening.
Yeah, these are things that are happening. I've been told this is happening, but why is it happening?
In sequence as a way to prove this point, and also have a cool shot to include in the trailers.
Clara Oswald has never existed. I'm the Doctor.
Her determination to become, and in some cases outdo the Doctor, is what ultimately and rightfully led to her end. The first real death of a companion on screen
very good.
New Who, which, I mean, she then escaped, but back to that. While her 12 was able to make her an exceptional Doctor, I believe that it often brought out some of her worst character traits yet. This was foreshadowed in Deep Breath as well, when we see Clara finally get angry and show some real unfiltered emotion.
But that wasn't earned. Again, it's not earned. It's not earned at all. It's out of nowhere. It's a really bad set. Also, I've never really felt that this was set up for that. For her darker side. She's pissed that the Doctor is old.
Yeah, I know, it's such a petty way to do it.
Yeah, that's that on the face of it, that's what it is. Yeah, I've never felt this is foreshadowing for
I mean, again,
Hellbent.
it's a really interesting idea. The companion wants to become the Doctor and not only inhabits not only inhabits his heroic traits, but also inhabits his toxic traits as well, and that leads to a downfall. It's really interesting.
That infatuates, pretty much.
Yeah, and because it's funny and makes fun of him in Flatline, that works, and because in Face the Raven it makes it go too far, that's good. So, yeah, this idea has avenues it can go that's really good, but it's just...
But there's then Death in Heaven where it's, like, really cringe.
But just why is it happening? That's the problem, is why is it happening?
Yeah, is it literally just because she's traveled for such a long time she just picks these things up? What is the reason why she wants to become more like the Doctor?
So in like series 2, you know, Rose starts to do some of Ten's mannerisms back at him, and that's done organically. Mm-hmm. You know, she starts to mimic his, you know, little quirks and whatnot. But this is a whole different level. This is actively pursuing the idea of becoming like him and trying to outdo him and compete. And again, as I said, it's a really interesting idea, but why the fuck is it happening? I don't understand why she wants that. What is the point of it? Why did she start doing it? Again, no inciting incident. It's this. I said, many people have said this that I know, and I've said it, and you've said it. Is the series 10 Missy arc? It's like, what's the inciting incident, really? Like, what is the thing that triggers it? This is what's missing from Moffat. He comes up with these ideas. He said, "Oh, wouldn't it be interesting if I had Clara try and do this?" But it's, where is the inciting incident? And the one we're given is that the Doctor becomes old, and I don't believe it. I don't believe that's a reason for her to pursue this life.
it's not convincing, and then it's like what is the underlying reason why she wants to become more like the Doctor? Why? Is it literally just because she likes the Doctor and finds him a bit inspiring? Is that kind of it? That's really, there's nothing there.
Interest to season 7.
The lake is ruffled at last. I often wondered what you'd be like when you lost your temper.
Knowing the Doctor the best,
I didn't, because I didn't know anything about her.
Her natural curiosity and bravery become dangerous recklessness, and her cunning nature turns her into a compulsive liar in season 8, when she leads what is essentially a double life, and constantly lying to both the Doctor.
She's making Clara sound like Walter White.
She's making it sound like Peter Parker. This is Spider-Man 2, the season.
Oh my god, it's Danny Pink, Mary Jane.
I really watched all the Spider-Man films very recently. The last week.
Is Danny Pink Mary Jane, or is he Gwen Stacy?
Gwen Stacy, absolutely. Gwen Stacy in Spider-Man 3 is like fucking dull as bricks. Oh my god.
Bryce Dallas Howard.
Yet somehow she's in the same class as Peter in college. It's so weird.
And her boyfriend Danny Pink. I have my own complaints about Danny Pink's character and role in the story.
Bad character and bad actor.
Yeah, he's a fucking floppy bit of biscuit wood. He's awful.
Controlling, toxic, and needy
I
asshole.
don't do
but
weird,
Clara is also.
He's the Byron Saxton of Doctor Who.
Oh my god, he so is.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, my guest this time.
Paul Triple H Levesque.
Not the most innocent person in this relationship. First covering up her double life and later outright lying about it. Doctor's necessary cruelty often turns her into.
And this is the other side of it. It's like Clara is like extremely unlikable in series 8. Like she becomes very unlikable.
One of the things that she starts doing, and again, this is something that series 7 didn't do, so it comes out of nowhere. But something that happens to her in series 8 is she develops this trait where she thinks and speaks out loud when she shouldn't. She starts saying these things that
Rupert Pink.
saying like really insensitive things she shouldn't say because they come to mind, and then she doesn't think before she speaks.
Her reaction of when Danny realizes what she's just said is so fucking patronizing.
Yeah, the way it's done is all weird and convoluted. It's strange.
She should be fucking trying to make it not being like, oh, where did I hear it from? It's like, fuck off. You should be like, fuck, I've said something really fucking stupid shit. Not only did I say something that insinuates something that time travel, that kind of stuff, but also it might trigger him really badly.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. And then he says, no, I need to take a moment, and she regrets it.
I need to go. Yeah, I need to.
But
just
instead,
it's simple relationship drama stuff. Like, come on.
And then instead, she's just like, oopsie, I'm so awkward. I'm so silly. And then it doesn't help that when Danny Pink reacts, Samuel Anderson puts his eyebrows down and says, I don't do weird, Clara. That's weird.
Where did you hear that name? Why did you say that name?
Calculating hero. In the end, we get a character who is basically an imprint of the Doctor on the human companion. Brave, funny, curious, compassionate, empathetic, but reckless, arrogant, often cold, and even cruel. She attempts to apply this cruelty.
Yeah, she's all those things, but why is she those things? Why? That's the question, is why?
In the episode with
the first question.
And does the role awfully well, even if she does not enjoy it at the moment.
He says he can save you.
Now that I've given some insight into how the characters of Clara and the Doctor developed and influenced each other, I am going to talk about the character drama. I should clarify before people get offended and angry. I personally do not ship Clara and 12 in the romantic sense.
Yes!
Yeah! Well done!
Thank you.
Well done. Fuck.
Great. So it's a toxic...
People who do that are fucking weird.
So it's a toxic platonic love. That's nice.
Yeah. Good.
Right. They're not having sex.
Absolutely. How do people?
And
it's
also,
so weird that people see that.
Let's not forget the Doctor's married. Let's not
exactly. It's like, oh god. Oh man, I hate it so much.
The Doctor got married right before he met Clara.
Literally 2 seasons ago.
I mean, her first appearance is 2 episodes after the wedding of River Song. So there you go.
But that's not her.
Even though the show has lines like this.
When do I not see you? Clara Oswald, you'll never look any different to me.
That was one of them, man. But that would never have worked out.
And shows affection like
Yeah.
this.
He doesn't know we're here, does he?
Oh, this whole scene.
It's a shame because I love Stratocaster guitars, but for some reason, I don't like this.
I don't like this.
Yeah.
Cringe. Cringy wingy.
You know, Peter Capaldi released a rock album a few years ago. I tried listening to it. It's fucking awful. It's really bad. It's
oh, that's a shame.
It's rough. It's very rough to listen to.
Rough.
And he cannot sing. He cannot sing.
Sleep mode no. Sleep mode no more.
Peter Capaldi cannot sing. He's talented at many things, but he cannot sing, that guy.
I'm not.
Put your fingers in.
And the Doctor literally cannot stop saying her name.
Clara.
I also don't think this is the case of just pure bromance. I believe that these two share a very deep connection and a very special relationship. It is not romantic love or friendly love, but rather a deep sense of trust and commitment. Like Missy said, I swear this woman has all the best lines on the show.
Try, nano-brain, to rise above the reproductive frenzy of your noisy little food chain and contemplate friendship.
They're not only great friends, but they also depend on each other heavily and often to a fault. They always come back for each other.
I feel like she said that like 3 times now in this video. I feel like this feels a lot like... This is like the Game of Thrones of this is like the video of Game of Thrones season 6 when it's spinning its wheels. With repeating a lot of the same things over and over again.
Yeah, and again, I will repeat the same responses as well. As like they've developed this special connection where these things happen, and I'm just like, well, why? How?
What's the causing effect of all of that?
What is the cause?
Again, we're not really like and we can literally give an example. Rose, the reason she falls in love with the Doctor, or why the Doctor loves in Rose, is because of the open scar that the Doctor has at that point in time, and it's the first time he's traveled with a companion properly since the Time War. So, and traveling with Rose heals that wound, and eventually they fall in love because of that. That's the inciting incident of their relationship.
If we ignore the Big Finish exists, yes.
Yeah, ignoring that. Big Finish is not canon, so yeah.
But yeah, there's when it comes to Russell, for the most part, when someone says why, I can usually answer that question. There's usually something in the text that explains why these things happen. And then with Moffat, the ideas exist, but a lot of the time I'm like, yeah, well, the why isn't really there. It just is there.
Sacrifice and walk through fire to do so. This dependency is what drives much of the plot and drama in these seasons, and I'm willing to go as far as to say that this relationship is codependent and borderline obsessive and unhealthy.
I mean, it is that, yes. It is codependent and it is obsessive, but why?
Because who knows how far these two would go for each other and who they would destroy in the process. However, I still think that there's something beautiful and mesmerizing in the amount of trust between these two and how much goodness this insane hybrid of a Time Lord and Martian human can achieve. The extent of their codependency is first revealed in the episode Mummy on the Orient Express, which is supposed to be their last adventure before saying goodbye to travels, and it is very bittersweet. Mummy on the Orient Express is where the turning point of their relationship happens, after the emotional climax in the previous 2 episodes. In The Caretaker, Clara is forced to choose between Danny Pink and the Doctor, a choice so problematic I don't even know where to begin. And then in Kill the Moon, she finally makes the decision to leave the Doctor after his absolutely inhumane, brutal behavior that left her deciding the fate of a
Oh, I want no. I do not. I've always said I don't think it's inhumane at all. I understand fully why he's made that choice. Kill the Moon fucking sucks.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's there's a big can of worms at Kill the Moon.
Certainly is.
And it's frustrating because it could have gone so right and it went so wrong. It went about as wrong as you could have gone.
Evidently is not done with her quest of becoming the Doctor herself, which she actually does in season 9. But
I think a lot of people might say, they'll ask the question, what is the most insane thing about Kill the Moon? The most obvious answer is that the moon is an egg with a space dragon in it that hatches another egg. But yeah. I actually think the most insane thing about Kill the Moon is the democracy process. That it's the turn your lights on and off. And I'm thinking, so it's only the people at night on that side of the earth, and it's only the people with power. That can be seen from that far away.
Such a great system.
So it has to be a power system that is bright enough to go all the way to the moon. Not like a house light or something. It's the worst election of all time, possibly.
But the episode eventually has Clara confront the reality of traveling with the Doctor and admit to herself that she actually enjoys the thrill, the danger. She enjoys fighting the Doctor.
Wouldn't it have been so much more interesting if Clara said to herself, there's no way I can find out by democracy what the human race wants, so I have to be the one to decide.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be better?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Possibly.
Make it an actual, I don't have any other choice but to make a decision.
Yeah.
Rather than have this really stupid election that isn't even an election. That for some reason, every single person on Earth apparently agrees with. That's not going to happen. Do you know how fucking divided the Earth is about almost every issue?
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately trusting him with her life. She is what one would call an adrenaline junkie, only the drug she needs is an idiot with a pox. She rightfully compares their relationship to an addiction in this very episode.
An addiction?
Well, you can't really tell if something's an addiction till you try and give it up.
However hard she tried, she could not leave. This is the first time Clara understands that their relationship is...
Yeah, Mummy the Orient Express is actually quite good in what it's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Bordering on unhealthy because the combo of their traits will never allow them to stop and could potentially hurt others in the process. We see
it's a great idea. It's a fantastic idea for a companion and a Doctor. It's wonderful, but why is it happening?
The full scale of what Clara is capable of in the beginning of season 8 finale, the 2-parter Dark Water and Death in Heaven.
I feel like this is where discourse is about to take place.
I think meets
Let's go.
And just as Clara is about to tell him the truth, apologize and redeem herself, the development becomes instantly reversed, as after his death, Clara deludes herself that she is owed a different fate. Grief often clouds judgment and changes people, of course, but this confidence in the ability to change time is picked up from the seemingly all-powerful and rule-changing Time Lord, and Clara believes herself to be equal with him. This is all revealed in what I believe is one of the most brilliant and heartbreaking scenes of Clara's run.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there and say it is brilliant only in the fact that it has superb acting. The Jenna Coleman, Peter Capaldi element of it is top tier. It's some of their best performances in the show. It's like genuine anguish and Peter's fury and all that. That's all great.
Mm-hmm.
But the framing of the scene is very convoluted because it goes in so many, as expected from a Moffat finale, it goes in so many crazy directions that test all these different areas of these characters, and it all stems back to the why. It's the why does she go to the end of the earth for this one school teacher that she loves? Why is she so distraught? Why is this toxic relationship caused her to go on the deep end? Why is the doctor so callous about the idea? Instead of being more, this, considering what's this character change? Why does the doctor say after that, betraying you would be blah, blah, blah. I can't remember what the line is. Everyone quotes it. These are all moments that are stitched together to make a scene that is very dramatic. It puts these characters through these big stake moments, but it's, as I said, what's the root cause? Why do they feel this way about each other? Why is this happening? That's always on my mind when I see this episode. I just don't buy the inciting incident for why this is all taking place.
In which Clara drops and practically holds the doctor and herself at gunpoint to convince him to save Danny Pink. Not only is Jenna Coleman's performance absolutely incredible,
and also this is always, the biggest issue with this scene is also Capaldi could just click his fingers.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Something that Moffat himself wrote.
Yeah, that is a massive plot hole.
Yeah, but ignore that. The best inference you can make is that he has to have the key on him to do it when he clicks his fingers, but I thought that's bullshit.
You could fix the scene if he tries to click his fingers and it doesn't work. That would immediately make it.
How you would get to that is like, I guess, if it's on his person, then it works, but Moffat doesn't establish that, which honestly, that would actually fix the scene a little bit in that regard.
Well, I mean, if you're going to try go down this road of, am I this, am I that? It could say it sounds a bit pretentious, but something like the door only opens for the true doctor and you are no longer the doctor. You've gone down this path and you're the TARDIS can't recognize you anymore, and neither can I, which would bring it back to Deep Breath,
obviously the other thing is this scene isn't real.
Yeah, it's all fucking fake.
Which is why they probably should have had that, so Clara could be convinced.
Also, they did
because she knows that doors can do that because she does it her fucking self. So the key thing doesn't even work because she literally does it herself.
We didn't spend that much time in the show really exploring the fact that the Doctor completely this is gaslighting what he's doing to her hair. He allowed her to go to the emotional depths just so he could see what she would do.
This could be very traumatic for her.
This is actual emotional manipulation. What he's doing here.
Instead of, and it doesn't really address that at all.
All he learns.
See, these are the kind of scenes where you'd be like, "Am I a good man?"
What's weird about it is that what he learns is that she would betray him, and then he still is fine with it.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Which is very odd.
So this whole scene just in multiple layers just doesn't work.
Approaches this is terrifying. All compassion and sensitivity, so typical of this character, is gone out the window once someone she loves is hurt. A trait we sadly witness too many times in the Doctor, especially in this incarnation. It's almost scary how much Clara copies the Doctor in this instant. She echoes him, saying, "Time can be rewritten," and "Do as you're told." When the Doctor refuses to change history, she breaks down but does not repent, showing that she was indeed serious about her intentions.
I'm not even sorry!
This reaction is what convinces the Doctor, and in Capaldi's brilliant performance, you can see how much it wounds him to see what he has turned his best friend into. His worst fear, a thing that they've been building up the whole of Season 8, has reached a climax in this scene. Clara has finally become the Doctor, the cruel, arrogant, and reckless type. Clara is asking for the impossible, to essentially break the rules of life because she has lost someone she loved, and the Doctor obliges because he does not want to lose someone he loves.
Imagine if Death in Heaven was him saying that they'll find Danny, but instead it's like a whole thing of her having to let Danny go, and that's the lesson that he's teaching her. And that can even be on the moral questionable kind of side of Capaldi. That would strengthen the whole "am I a good man" thing. Clara, Danny's dead. You have to move on. There's nothing I can do.
But I guess maybe what informs Clara to save Danny is the fact that she saw the Doctor save his home planet not that long ago. Right? That's why she believes it.
Time can be rewritten.
Let's also not forget that this story establishes that there is like this afterlife sphere. Like, what the fuck was that? Like, what? I mean, what? People that have died long ago go to this afterlife sphere. That's such a strange... Like, that's a really bonkers idea.
Of his care for her in a simple phrase.
Do you think I care for you so little that betraying me would make a difference?
Oh, yeah.
Very open to be betrayed a lot.
Yeah. He's basically saying, I'll let you walk all over me.
Essentially, yeah.
Which is toxic, but why is it happening?
Yeah, why? It just feels like the story expects us to just go along with it, really. And a lot of people do.
Seeing Clara do terrible things out of...
Why is the Doctor such a simp? That's the question I have.
Big old man simp.
Grief and love, something that he understands all too well, pains him greatly.
Clara, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm exactly what you deserve.
In this line, the Doctor lets Clara know that she has finally officially become his equal. The anger and grief in Capaldi's voice is unmistakable. This is a breaking point for these two, conflict that will not be resolved by the end of the two-parter because the ending is bittersweet. The two friends expertly lie to each other not to hurt each other's feelings.
Never trust a hug.
If only this was the end of Clara.
True.
Because I feel like the reason we're so against this even now is because of Series 9 as well.
Yeah, because it completely fucks everything
If this was
up.
the end, if this was like the end of her story, I feel like we'd be a lot more kinder to these scenes. They're still not great. And the inciting incident just isn't there. But I feel like there'd be at least something there of, you know, this being Clara actually finally letting go of it because it is toxic.
Oh, we haven't gotten to Series 9 yet, have we?
No.
Or Last Christmas.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart.
But they cannot help but return to each other because that is simply the nature of their relationship. Also, why they deserved such a traumatic resolution at the end of Season 9. If Season 8 was asking if the Doctor was a good man and how far Clara is willing to go to become him, Season 9 is about how far the Doctor is willing to go for Clara. This story and the resolution...
And the question I will ask again is why?
Because
what
he
is the
cares
reason
about her.
What is the reason?
Because it's toxic and he cares about that and the
If
hybrid.
before Clara was becoming cruel to save someone she loved, it is now the Doctor
Danny.
willing to walk all over.
All that's happening is I'm being told that this is what he cares about, but I don't know why. That's the problem. I don't understand why.
There's no evidence of like why is Clara the one? Why is she the one compared to any other companion that he's lost before?
Clara, the concept is
doesn't work because then we're never given a real example as to why she's the one.
Incinerated in front of the Doctor's eyes while he's powerless to do anything, and the audience is tricked into thinking that he's ready to shoot little Davros, a child in the...
Little Davros.
Little Davros. Why does he hold it sideways?
I also like how Davros started out as this little Cockney boy. It's just hilarious.
Davros, my name's Davros.
But I don't get it. What were you doing?
Look at all these hands at my feet. They got eyeballs in their palms.
But I don't get it. How'd you get over there? From the future.
Doctor, activate the reality bomb.
This
meeting is adjourned.
And bring Clara back. He does not shoot anyone, of course. Yet, but in fact, backfires in his face.
The least
This
deserving
episode
person
sets
to
the
be
tone for the
shot.
whole season, testing the Doctor's patience and love for Clara with every future episode, until it culminates in the famous two-parter, Heaven Sent and Hell Bent.
No, it's not a famous two-parter. It's a famous one-parter and one-parter. Stop pretending that.
They generally couldn't be more disconnected if they tried.
These two
Insane.
episodes, written by Stephen Moffat, elicited very polarized responses from fans. Heaven Sent is universally acknowledged to be a masterpiece. I will go as far as to say that it
Except for Will Maddox, he thinks it's mid, but he's mid, so
Yeah.
was one of the
I think it's great.
best episodes of Doctor
yeah. I think it has a couple of wrinkles, but it is a great episode.
Pretty good. Still pretty good.
Yeah.
Who ever. It is essentially
The inference that the hybrid contributed to him leaving Gallifrey is a bit much for me.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Especially in hindsight. And at the very end, when the Doctor says, the hybrid is me, it's a very odd
but I
moment.
don't actually know what the fuck the hybrid is.
Yeah.
The hybrid is meaning Clara.
a one-man show. The incredible Peter Capaldi gives us 60 minutes of utter talent, coupled with Rachel
Yes,
Talalay's
agreed.
brilliant direction of one of
Yes.
Moffat's best scripts. Hellbent, on the other hand, is a jumbled mess of themes and arcs, all of Moffat's worst writing in one episode, failing to live up to the hype and deliver resolution to the convoluted mystery he himself came up with. The hybrid. Who the fuck is the hybrid? And Moffat's
Yes, we
implementation
agree. We're so on board. We're so on
that has no
board.
real bearing on the story, as well as refusing to actually let characters face consequences of their
Yes,
actions.
that's
The only
Yeah! Let's fucking go!
Yeah.
Absolutely, spot on. All of that is spot on. That's
Hopefully
exactly what Hellbent is.
Hopefully she doesn't turn around and say, that's what I would say
Yeah,
if
we
I
already
was
bad.
wrong.
She's like, actually, this is what people think, but here's the reality.
about from Hellbent is the final resolution of Doctor and Clara arc. To talk about this, however, I should mention the episode which preceded the finale and brought a very dignified and deserved ending to Clara, essentially
Yes,
closing her
exactly.
character
She deserved
development
it
in near
because
perfect
that's what fucking happens. That's what happens when you try to be the Doctor. You fucking die.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, once again, inciting incident isn't there at the start of her run, but it's a really good ending for what the idea of Clara's character is. This Face the Raven is a really good ending.
100%.
In Face the Raven, Clara finally faces the consequences of her recklessness and desire to become the Doctor and pays the full price for playing with death. She's given a very dignified.
Also, maybe it's because Sarah Dollard wrote it, but I feel like Clara gets to show off a bit more personality here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In this scene especially, yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't have that really static Moffat girl thing that she has in a lot of other episodes. In this one, you see more of a wide variety of her sides, and Jenna Coleman gets to express all of them. And that makes it a lot better when you're supposed to care about her, right? You're supposed to care that this is her ending. Though the part of Face the Raven that always trips me up, though, is the fact that they do an instant replay of the bird hitting her. Like it's a sports game or something. Do you remember that? It's like how many times the Raven has to hit her.
Action replay.
The Doctor once more confesses his love to her without actually saying words, and Clara tells him not to avenge her death, fully realizing and admitting her own blame.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, fucking great scene.
It throws him into Heaven Sent with all that going through his head.
Because it's about grief!
She knows how the Doctor, particularly this Doctor, reacts to losing a loved one, and understands how important she is to him. And yet, once again, she decides to rise above it and be mature, ending the relationship peacefully. She faces the Raven brave, stoic, and composed, having accepted her
It's
death
a genuinely
and her
fucking great
responsibility for
ending.
finally completing
And they
her arc
ruined
in the only
it.
way possible for this character, and it is beautiful. The Doctor, of course, reacts appropriately. Despite Clara's warning about revenge, 12 cannot help it. It's been building up throughout the season. Deeply wounded,
Because he's a simp.
fucking simp.
By hellbent, he's much more of a simp than we realized.
Yeah, bloody hell.
Yeah.
Grieving and enraged, the Doctor focuses his fury and pain on the people he thinks are responsible, the Time Lords. In his irrational way of thinking, he mirrors Clara's reaction to Denny.
They rush it all in 10 minutes.
I mentioned earlier in the stream about the Invasion of Time and its similarities to Hellbent. I think one thing that Invasion of Time has, entertainment-wise, is that Tom Baker makes it really kind of funny, like funny bad. Whereas Hellbent is supposed to be very, very, very serious for a lot of it. It's supposed to be prestige drama.
For Clara, and that is why he goes along with the Time Lord's torture device and their twisted game in Heaven Sent. I'm not going to pretend that Clara is the first companion that causes the Doctor to lose his mind, or that the Doctor in general never came close to letting his dark side out, but in the case of Clara's death, 12 is also willing to defy the order of life and death completely to bring her back. His desire for revenge is slow-burning, patient, born of natural stubbornness. Stephen Moffat himself explained Heaven Sent, its premise and setting, as a metaphor for dealing with grief, and we definitely see that in Capaldi's beautiful performance.
Whatever I do.
Get off your ass and win!
You still won't be there.
Despite the fact that he's left alone to suffer and solve the fortress's riddle, Clara's presence is perceptible in his mind. Though we do not see her, he imagines her there in the TARDIS, asking him questions, challenging him to think and be a better person as she has always done. He talks to himself throughout the episode, obviously as a bridge to the audience, but really just to Clara, missing her and trying to cope with her passing. Like I said, his fury is slow and patient. He knows that this trap is set up by the Time Lords. He knows he has to give up information to be freed, but this information is also the only thing keeping him alive, as well as the only bridge to the Time Lords themselves, to Clara's possible salvation. So he decides to finally come home. The long way round. 4.5 billion years are spent punching a wall. 4.5 billion years fueled by quiet rage, grief, and love. If the Doctor is willing to submit himself to literal torture, dying and being reborn again, trapped in a senseless riddle, and punching a diamond wall until the universe dies, only to reach the slightest chance of rebelling against death itself and Clara surviving, what else could he be capable of? This long, beautiful, and at the same time agonizing story of two people unable to let each other go reaches its climax in Hellbent. Despite a largely disastrous episode, like literally none of the questions posed at the beginning are answered.
That's your best theory. I'm the hybrid.
And the long-awaited return to Galaxy.
God, it's such a fucking joke.
You're the hybrid.
I'm glad she's not defending Hellbent.
I feel like she's about to defend a certain part of Hellbent in a second.
Well, it's better than what I expected. I was expecting
It's good. Yeah.
Frame Time Lords is completely wasted. It only really succeeds in giving us a heartbreaking ending to this turbulent relationship. Eventually the Doctor tricks the Time Lords.
Nah, but it sacrifices a better one for a much worse one. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, again, and we've said this a lot, Clara pretty much can live for as much time as she wants and then choose to die. All of that she got wrong in Face of Raven is, while it's still there, it's virtually been undone because she can travel for as long as she feels like it.
Yeah, without any consequences.
She got rewarded
she's
with
invincible.
something.
She's invincible.
She got to become the Doctor, pretty much.
Also, let's not forget, like, immortality in the RTD era was presented as really bad.
Even Moffat did in this season.
Oh yeah, well the fact that the Doctor gave
immortality
Ashilda,
is everyone else dying around you.
The fact that he gave Ashilda immortality was really weird in the first place. Like,
so
why
fucking
did he do?
stupid. That episode is so shit.
The Doctor should be absolutely against the idea of giving someone immortality. It's counter to everything he believes.
It's a curse, Clara.
Lords into saving Clara in exchange for his information on the hybrid, which
Remember Lazarus Experiment? That was an episode where he downs on immortality.
He is not planning to give, as it is his only point of leverage, and also Moffat doesn't know who the hybrid is. When the general
yes, you got that right. Fucking hell.
realizes that, he threatens to return Clara to her time stream. The mere thought of losing her again pushes the Doctor to disregard his own rules.
Quick, I'm
about
gonna
using
fucking kill
weapons
ya.
that have been so hammered into the audience throughout his run.
Regeneration. 10. Good luck. You too, Sam.
A
So
lot of people
shit.
find this particular
So
act a
shit.
violation of the Doctor's character and everything.
And
he
a pain in the
stands
day if
for.
no one
And
take a
they're
selfie.
right, of course. But in this instance, the Doctor has already defied death and humiliated the most powerful race in the universe. What is shooting a little gun to help them escape? For the last
But what's the reason? Why is he doing this? What's the cause?
Because he's
time,
gone
then, we see
toxic
the Doctor-Clara
crazy.
duo work as a team, being attentive for each other, anticipating the other's next move. And one last time, we understand that despite everything, they were a perfect match. Once more, Clara inadvertently mirrors the
No.
Doctor, confessing to him something the audience will probably never hear.
We should say things to one another. And I'm gonna say them now.
We ask Peter
Oh, yeah, we don't
Capaldi,
see
and he
it.
refused to answer, and it is all
She's like, I thought I should have used bigger pegs on you. What do you think she
Oh, yeah.
said? What do you think they said to each other?
I generally don't know. What am I meant to think about that?
We are the hybrid.
Doctor, we are the hybrid.
obviously played as a joke on our feelings more like. The next bit puts me in such agonizing pain, I wish I could turn into a Cyberman. 12 and Clara are given their final goodbye. And for the first time in New Who, the memory of a companion is too great for the Doctor, and the only way to break the cycle is to let go.
Doctor, still don't have a pulse.
The slowly disappearing smile on Capaldi's face signals the swiftly disappearing hope he had of saving Clara. This is when he finally realizes that they cannot go on like this.
Look how far I went for fear of losing you.
God.
This has to stop. One of us has to go.
Before he ever voices his plans to
What
erase
was
the
your
memory,
fucking
he fiddles with the
plan, you
neuroblock,
fucking
deliberately drawing
imbecile?
Clara's attention to it. He made the decision to part with Clara, but unable to inflict and also experience
whole
the pain
plan
of erasing a
is
loved
just so
one's
fucking
memory, he decides
bonkers.
to leave it to chance. Three things are happening here. First of all, Clara shakes the Doctor back into consciousness and into conscious.
What am I doing?
And as always, reminds 12 of the good in him, completing the arc started in season 8. Second is that until
No,
they...
fuck off. It's got nothing to do with Series 8. It's got nothing to do with the good. Who am I a good man? It's no relation whatsoever. Jesus.
Also, if the let's say the situation happened in the other way around and it was Clara that forgot him, how would he deal with that?
Yeah, like what would have happened? I'm genuinely curious. Does she go to another planet and just live out her days, and then people realize, hey, you don't have a pulse?
I think what was it? They explained something like they remember all the adventures, but not the person.
Yeah, that's Capaldi says he remembers pretty much everything about Clara other than what she looked like. Essentially. So Clara would have been like, I remember all these adventures with this man called the Doctor, and I can't remember his face.
That sounds a bit like surface level, doesn't it?
Oh, it's so surface level.
You know what's a really good
But it don't matter. It doesn't matter.
You know
because
what's,
it was all undone.
Oh yeah, twat. It happened in twat. I remember that. You better not forget me, because that was offensive. Fucking god-awful line. So terrible.
Their very last moments together, they lie to each other, again, to save each other's feelings. And 3. Finally, the Doctor treats Clara as equal, realizing that he should not be allowed to decide about one's own memories. They traveled as equals, and they should part as equals, and therefore, the goodbye, as to not blame one, is left to chance. Clara becomes the first companion the Doctor forgets, and is one of the most
Not really,
heart-wrenching
though.
scenes in the
Only
entire
sort
show.
of.
Their love, however pure, full, and all-consuming, has become life-threatening for both of them, and they finally make the decision
This
to step
this
back. Their ending is
whole
the only
video
possible ending
felt
suitable to these
more
characters and these arcs.
like an audio, like a description, like a synopsis of what the story is, rather than an explanation of why these events occur.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know why she got addicted in the first place. Because people say, well, it's like a drug. It's like, yeah, but drugs like inherently have like stuff that makes you addicted to them.
And on top of that, there are reasons why you choose to engage in these activities.
Exactly.
You are influenced.
Clara,
before you can be chemically impacted, you have to be influenced. That always comes first.
Yeah.
Arcs. Clara has finally truly become a version of the Doctor, complete with a TARDIS and a companion, and the Doctor had a taste of his own medicine, being left with only the faintest memory of the impossible
Reward for
girl.
doing something terrible. Well, I'm no less convinced.
Yeah.
I don't know, that didn't really change anything about my mind about anything.
Yeah, because like again, the question for all of it is why is it happening?
Yeah, I didn't get an answer.
So the poll results is Callum Cringe, 78% say yes.
God damn it, guys! That's so mean. I agree, but come on.
Ugh. Yeah. So Stephen Moffat, please not this next weekend. Inciting. So okay, if we're gonna pull this forward, when we talk about like the inciting incident of Ruby Sunday's character is like such a major part of the story. That whole thing at the church, right? It's talked about all the time.
Yeah, and there's a part of who, like, when we first meet her, that's a big part of what she thinks, trying to find like her mum.
Yeah,
and that's in the inciting, and a reason why she has gone on adventures in part is what is explained at the end of Space Babies.
Yeah,
but obviously at the end of that scene, she moves on from that to go back to her foster mum, which is a really cool moment. But there's going to be an inkling in the background of like, who is my mum, and that's going to be answered at some point.
Yeah, but the inciting incident of her being orphaned is something that it impacts everything with her character all the time. It's very like that is so focused on.
Yeah, I think Ruby is the weakest RTD companion so far within a couple of episodes, but I can understand an inciting incident about why she's gone to the TARDIS.
Yeah, do you think maybe
that's why I like that scene at the end of Space Babies a lot.
Do you think 8 episodes per series is not enough?
I think for what Russell was trying to do, probably needed another 2 episodes.
Yeah.
I guess it all really depends on episode 7. Because I believe that's really going to be
a lot of the. I mean, in RTD1 there were 13 plus specials, and a lot of those character dynamics felt like they grew very organically over time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that video was no less convinced, really.
Like, it's actually insane, like how much you know about Martha Jones after 1 episode.
Oh bloody hell, yeah! You know all about her family and what's her feeling towards it all, and the reason why she went on the TARDIS was to get away from it.
Yeah, she's borderline a fully fleshed character in 45 minutes. It's genuinely insane.
Pretty much, and there's still stuff to be added with her in the next couple of episodes. Like in Gridlock, bloody hell, you learn so much about her at the end of Gridlock. And like, in fact, she stands her ground and forces the Doctor to talk to her.
Oh yeah, within 3 episodes, she's like, she's already a made woman by then. It's insane how much character is done. And then not only that, but what also happened all after that, like in other episodes, they added on so much more.
You know what line I find really strange in Space Babies? Is like the lines of like, no boss, no job, when Ruby doesn't have a boss or job, as far as we are aware. That's a line that you would really use if like the person you're talking to does. Like they're sick of their job, how bad it is, and like how boring or dull it is, you know? That's a sort of line that would work on Rose. That would very much work on Rose.
Yeah.
Obviously if her job didn't blow up. You get the point. Yeah.
Yes.
I find that a very silly, not silly line, but I find it really a bit weird when it doesn't really fit with Ruby. Because she's like insanely young and doesn't, as far as I'm aware, she doesn't have a job. I don't think she does.
She's too young, I think.
Well, she can have a job at her age. It's just there's no real establishment that she does.
Yeah, that's something that they never really talk about. Is what does she do?
And that's also why the 6 month, and the reason why the 6 month thing is a bit strange to me.
Yeah, I mean, in Church of Ruby Road, she's being interviewed about her story, right? But it's not really established what she's been doing. What is she doing? Is she straight out of high school? Is that something? I don't know. Hard to say. These are the little pieces that seem to be missing from the equation so far.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's why it's very much Ruby is a fun character. There's just not much there.
The solution to this problem, I think, is either have more episodes or have longer episodes. So if you can't think of enough plots to fill out, say, 10 to 13 episodes, you can only think of 8, that's fine. Just have the episodes be an hour instead of 45 minutes. That's the solution to the issue.
Good lead.
Yep. Ugh. Wow, that was good fun.
Yeah, it was. We could talk about Doctor Who a lot.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll do another Edar. Yeah. I'm sure we'll do another Edar like after the season's finished.
Yeah, it'll be a whole thing. It's gonna be its own thing.
Yeah.
Because I imagine at that point there'll be a whole season to dissect, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, what I can say is it's nice to have Doctor Who at a normal standard now.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
It's actually watchable. You can actually sit through it from beginning to end and not cringe at everything. Yep. So...
yeah, I guess that should wrap up everything.
Yep, I think so. Yeah, so we'll probably Edar 28 will probably come maybe in a couple of months' time. I don't know. On the wrestling channel, we've got pay-per-views, predictions, reviews. We still haven't done the Backlash one. Let's try and organize that at some point. We've got a whole bunch of stuff. We've been chopping through Game of Thrones season 6. We've filmed some music stuff that's sort of a side quest because we're sort of waiting for Jeb's, rebranding to really fully manifest itself and what he's going to do with that before we get into more Pink Floyd. And yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we've been doing. There's one other thing that we haven't got to yet because it's sort of not a priority right now. we'll probably have to do it once we've finished Game of Thrones season 6, is I really like to do an Edar movies on the Iron Claw.
Yes. Yes.
So I think that could be really cool.
That'll be good.
But yeah, there's a we got a bunch of stuff in the can that we're doing.
Yep. Looking forward to it all.
Yeah.
All right. That should be it. Thank you everyone for tuning in.
What are you most looking forward to in the future on the channel?
Oh, finishing off Game of Thrones will be fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking about the rest of the season as well.
Yeah.
Should be some good episodes, hopefully, and a good season finale.
Arcane season 2.
Okay, yeah, that'll be the end of the year. That'll be
yeah.
That'll be good. Getting back to that, I recently rewatched the final episode, just because I wanted to.
I might rewatch the full thing right before it. I'm not sure.
Yes, ideally, yeah. I'll probably
I can remember what happened.
And you can probably get you appreciate because you've only watched it the once, didn't you?
I think so. Apart from the editing process.
Yeah.
I know you edited it, but I did have to cross check it because there was lots of those red screens on it.
Oh yeah, that was annoying. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but I'll
I'll do that. That'll be good. Only 5-6 months away, really. Before I imagine the first 3 episodes, and then 3, and then another 3.
And you know what'll be nice is once we finish Game of Thrones, we'll have 2 seasons of House of the Dragon to do.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff to watch.
Yep. And the more music I've been listening to, the longer the list is getting. There's so much good stuff.
Yeah.
And I've been doing custom edits of some of the video stuff we're going to do down the line, and that's really exciting.
Nice.
There's so much good stuff. We just need to just get Jeb to whatever his name is now, Scrambler. Get Scrambler to fucking sort of shit out and be available at the same time as us. Preferably on a Sunday. Might be a while though.
Yes.
But yeah, we actually have something else in the can with Sky, music-wise, so that should be fun when that comes out.
Yeah.
Not quite as detailed or as in-depth as Pink Floyd, but it's still fun nonetheless. Yeah. Yes.
But yes, thank you everyone for tuning in.
Mm-hmm.
Good fun as always.
And fingers crossed that Boom is a classic.
Hopefully, and 73 yards. Those are my most anticipated episodes.
Please, Stephen Moffat, please give us what we want. Give me what I want!
That's not what I want! Give me what I want!